you are delayed, Frog for Hire. Also, very ironic for a Frog for Hire to tell me that I am green screen. That's kind of funny. Man. YouTube stream is quiet this morning. Alright, well. I really, really feel like I need to burp. Glad you liked the plant segment, Zerk. Tibbe, hello. Alright, so, before we dive in, if you're watching on YouTube, it should be in the stream description. Let me actually just double check. Yeah. Or if you're on Twitch, type in !legends or go to legends.blindIRL.net and you will get a link to my Legends viewer. This is the world that we are playing in. You shouldn't be able to upload worlds to it, so if you can, please tell me, and then I will take it offline immediately. I've spent kind of a lot of time staring at Cloudflare recently, and I think it's really funny that on the Cloudflare website, there's two buttons. There's the one on the left, which is log in, and then the one on the right, which is I am under attack in all caps. And I just think that's really funny. There's something about that that's like grimly hysterical to me. Frog Fryer, thanks for the 59th month. Welcome back. So yeah, if you want to go into my worlds and go to things like historical figures and look up, I don't know, we were talking about Snail earlier. Snail. My dwarf, Snail SD. I was 51 years old, militia commander from 2080 to the current day. Worships the deity of Avum, who's, of course, you know, the deity of lightning, luck, games, and gambling. I guess lightning does strike twice. Notably, they've killed several forgotten beasts, and they can go through their history down here. So if you want to go through the history of Fortress Sunspire, which is our current fortress, you can do that. You can see everybody who's died here. You can see all of the events that have happened here. You can scroll through and see all the artifacts that have been made. You can find all of the beasts that have attacked. And then you can click on them. Well, not that, actually. And then you can click on the notable deaths and figure out who killed them or when they died. Like when and how Bone Doll died. Bone Doll, the dwarf here, was struck down by a forgotten beast named Enna Soaksprays. Enna Soaksprays was a forgotten beast, which was actually shot and killed by Scales with an iron bolt. Another one of my dwarves, Scales, of course, is wants to master a skill, is 52 years old. So you can look up your dwarf. That's where we're at currently. So this is the current world I'm playing is Legends. Now there is kind of a asterisk here, which is it can only load one world at a time. In the future, I can load additional worlds in, but the unloaded worlds will not be loadable. If I had a wish list, because I get 3 gigabyte or 3 gigabit asynchronous fiber on Saturday, if I had a wish, it would be if there is a multiple worlds here and only one loaded, let people download the XML for the old ones. That's something I want. There's a few things in the documentation, like when you're like the actual like install command in the documentation for this that you set up Rogue Phoenix, because Rogue Phoenix is the one that made this. It says your username instead of your username when you're cloning the Git, and it took me 3 tries to realize that. As you can tell, I'm very good at processing information that I've read, and not just copying, pasting commands. Why the fuck did the fan not work? Oh, okay. So stuff like that. But I mean, aside from like documentation, it's like I want to be able to authorize to let other people down or upload a world. So like, it would be cool if I could go to, I don't know, deep space. I'm just gonna say the name of a streamer and say, you could upload your worlds. and then let him do that. That would be cool. It would be cool if I could let people download the old XML files. And it would be cool if I could put a link here. And what I mean when I say link is like a VOD playlist, basically. So people could see the other worlds or the other forts that I've played in this world. I think that would be really neat. That's kind of all I want. Because the second there's like 3 or 4 worlds loaded in here, it's going to kind of suck to be like, well, you can explore this one, but these ones are all like unavailable, which that kind of sucks. Because then like what's going to end up happening is people will be like, hey, could you like post this somewhere so I could grab it? Because like I want to go check something from 4 worlds ago. It's like I'm just like imagining that future scenario, and it's pretty niche and not super likely to happen. But I don't know. I got 64 terabytes of space, and this world was 200 megabytes. So I do have a feeling that there will be a future point where I need to mess with this stuff and do more with it. Yeah, and then aside from that, like, you know, it's just, you could go grab these little flow charts of all the different factions and when they've attacked, where they've attacked, and the number of deaths, you know, like, 2,934 between the Mahogany Mine and the Pink Seduction. That's what obliterated the Mahogany Mine. One hell of a war, you know? 488, 252 humans. It's crazy. Chat, do you guys have any feedback for this? Like, what sort of things would you want to see in, like, a Twitch streamer focused fork, I guess, of Legends Viewer? Because it's likely that I'll play this fort and then maybe one more fort in this world, and then we'll move on to the next one. Also, this kept throwing me off. I kept fucking thinking that there was a exclamation point in the middle of this lake. I was like, why is there an exclamation point in the middle? It's like, that doesn't make any sense. And then I like went and looked at it. I was like, oh, it's actually just a landmass that just happens to look like an exclamation point with a cave on it. Named Brush Scars. The sucker of cremating, which has a Cyclops in it. Flax brave to the robust. Unrelated to that Cyclops, but I learned this past week that apparently hippos don't really swim because they're too dense. So they kind of just like walk along the bottom of the water and stick to shallower water. And if they need to breathe, they just like exhale and like bob up to the surface, breathe, and then float back down. So maybe that's how the Cyclops gets across the water. That's how dwarves should swim. Because they're just too dense. They just walk along the bottom and drown. Is it open source somewhere? Oh yeah. No, Archstrix. It's Legends Viewer. Legends Viewer has been open source as long as I've played Dwarf Fort. Or various versions of Legends Viewer have been available and open source. You can link whatever you want, Rogue Phoenix, if you want to show people the original location or GitHub. Go nuts. 3 streams a lurkin'. 2 subs a gifted. 100 bits. Is that where we're going with this? Cheers, Beer Minear. Thanks for the lurks. Appreciate you. Dwarven submarines. That's a donut. You know what actually I should do? Rogue Phoenix, grab your fork of it, and I'll stick it into the command. What are we doing today? Talking about Legends, I guess. And then about to dive in game. Actually, why don't I do this? I'm gonna make another command, which is Legends Viewer. All right, so now I have a command which is !Legends Viewer. If you type that in, then you will get a link to both the GitHubs. Legends Viewer has always been a really interesting tool. Tibet. Feel silly you didn't know about Legends Viewer? You never stop learning things about Dwarf Fortress? I think like the reality of like Legends Viewer is like people who try to trick their friends into playing this game tell you that you need DF hack. I don't actually think you need DF hack. Like it has some useful features, but like unless you're trying to mod the game, you don't really need it. Or unless you are a power player, you don't really need it. Legends Viewer, on the other hand, I think is like actually kind of mandatory if you want to do any kind of detailed storytelling for Dwarf Fortress. Because or unless you've played like so many hours that you can just figure it out or intuit it, because it really just like, it's just Legends, right? Like all of the information in Legends Viewer can be discerned within just going through Legends, but like there is the information here is displayed in a much clearer way to the point where you no longer need to like interpret it. It's just there. Like it's a lot easier to digest if you've never seen it before. Like, what the heck is let's find a war between the Blameless Suitors and the Mahogany Mine. The savage conflict of what year? The year 103 till present. 252 have died in this war. It's the Furnace of Principle, the dwarves, and of the Mahogany Mine, of course, who attacked the Blameless Suitors, the Confederacy of Fur, and the Confederacy of Abbeys, and it's just been the dwarves attacking them. I have a feeling this is probably the Necromancer doing that. Like, when was the last fight? The first pillaging. Yeah, like, they as a result of the onslaught of frenzies, yeah, you know. That it ensures that your bins aren't half full? Why would you want your bins to be full? That's just like building so many questions in my head about how you play this game, but we play the game pretty differently then, I guess. I always want there to be space in my bins so that there's space in the stockpile. If everything is full, then the stockpile fills up quicker and I need to bring another bin over. Anyway, let's play some Dwarf Fort, shall we? Pah! Sunspire. Continued. Showed army, there was the version that showed army marches, and then the other thing that I was talking with Suited Giraffe about last night, Rogue Phoenix, is that there was a older version as well that showed like city layouts and population densities in city layouts, but the game was also pretty different back then, so it might also maybe not be worth trying to rebuild that stuff until Tarn does those map rewrites. At least if those map rewrites happen sooner than later. All right, well, shit's on fire. It's fine, because the beast that's causing this fire can't actually get into my fortress, so it's not really a huge deal. Welcome to the fort. Who's ready to build a glass tower? Once I have a glass tower set up, I'm going to invade the goblins, methinks. This is a project that I'm working on. We worship a yak god. The yak god is the god of volcanoes, creation, mountains, and rebirth. And so I have a yak named the Holy Cow And before that yak dies of old age, which is somewhere between the year of 10 and 24, so in 5 years in game, I want to sacrifice it to its god. When the yak dies, I'm going to set the combat difficulty up. I don't actually know how much, but I'm going to set the raid difficulty to a harder setting. And I'm just going to slowly turn it up until shit goes wild. That's my plan for this fortress. My rule is I'm only really allowed to use Marks dwarves. So as you can see, aside from some dwarves that are like assigned to other tasks like mining, all of my soldiers more or less are Marks dwarves. I'm actually going to take you off of mining so that you can pick that back up like you're supposed to. Same with you. What are you doing? Also mining. Got it. So all of these dwarves are in my military are Marks dwarves. Except for the ones that don't have their uniforms on at the moment. They've got leather chest pieces and are using metal shields and helms. As for the fort itself, up on the surface, we are in a Joyous Wilds desert. And I've discovered that as I channel away the hills, grass grows, which is kind of interesting. The dwarves are a little pukey, but, I mean, it is what it is. And as we go down in, we are digging out layer after layer after layer, and then filling in those layers with glass. That is what we are doing at the moment. If we go down and down and down, we can go to, where was it that I actually had it? I had a thing designated somewhere. I want to say it's down here somewhere. We have brought lava up using minecarts into these levels. So I've got, this is my glass industry, which is collecting sand from right here directly underneath this grate, because once you place a grate on a tile with sand, nothing grows there. So that's where we are collecting our sand, right here. We have several different guild halls. We've got the pristine snarls, which I think you could probably look up on Legends. We've got the gilded glaze. We've got the great office of Davet, our royal beast, who is the lover of Darius Cardren, apparently, who's one of my glassmakers, which is fun. And the citizen of the Mahogany Mine was our sheriff, but she got a little bit too busy to interrogate people, so she is our countess. She was a priestess, or a baroness, but now she's a countess, so I actually need to increase the value of all of her things. I also need to make a bag. Bags. Yeah, I can do that. Let's just make 3 silk bags a season. Let's also just double check I have silk. I should. Yep, plenty of silk. Okay, so that is this portion of the fort. Any boyars? 1, 2. 2 lady boyars. I got a boy carpenter and a lady woodworker. Also, Romanoid, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Now, this should be pretty obvious, but Legends won't update in real time. However, I'm going to show you guys something. I'm actually not going to show you something, but I'm going to do something. Romanoid. Blue knives. It will involve crashing the game, though. Would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live as one in complete harmony, has a relentless drive, and is completely consumed by ambition. She presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she's brave in the face of imminent danger. She's moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She often feels lustful. Actually, there's a thing I gotta do real quick. I forgot to turn up the bitrate after last stream. All right. She tends to formulate tenuous emotional Romanite shouldn't be in an ad with others, and she doesn't focus on material good. She isn't particularly curious about the world and winks during conversations, and she gets easily distracted during conversations when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. Oh, actually, Rogue Phoenix, one other thing that would be real cool is if I could limit access to... if I could limit access to legends for certain features with a password. So in theory, I could authorize people to be able to, I don't know, do something specific like upload their own worlds. Like if you could build a password system into that, where that would be incredible. But that's just like a small thing. Anyway, wish list stuff. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. I'm thinking about things like uploading or downloading sort of things. Because like in a world where if I'm self-hosting this and I let people download, I might want to put like at least a barrier between me and that so that I don't DDoS myself. Personally sees Guile and Cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and dreams of raising a family. Likes graphite and bismuth as well as yellow zircon, elkbird leather and jute fabric, the color rose, armor stands, and rabbits for their ability to burrow. Giant bush tits for their somewhat great size. What kind of question is, what statement is that? Their somewhat great size? When possible, prefers to consume stingray and teff beer and absolutely hates muscles. Her hair is wavy. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her eyes are round. Her ears have large hanging lobes, and she has a prominent chin. Her nose is upturned. Her head is very short, and her eyelashes are short. Her hair is copper, and her skin is burnt umber. This dwarf, Avum, worships the god Avum, and is, of course, a member of the Homogeny Mine? The Monotonous Mine. Anyway, I'm going to quick save. I'm going to show you guys something. Let's see how quick this is. Let's see how quick this is. Chat room, it's January. Or actually, we're finished January. It's February. If you're watching the stream, I just want to say real quick thanks. I get to do this because people keep the channel funded, and people hang out in the chat and chit-chat, talk, babble. If you happen to have a skull next to your name, congratulations. You are one of the ones that helps continue this channel moving forward and allows me to do what I do, the way I do it. This isn't like me being panicky or anything, because I'm still well within the realms of good, but January, this past month, was the worst month I've had financially since Dwarf Fortress launched. And I think that that's mostly due to the world just being shit. But if you happen to have a Prime sub, I want to help this channel continue being the way it is. Consider using it. If you want to keep this channel as sponsor-free as possible. Now, the other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to Legends. So if I type in if I type in Legends, open Legends, this will crash the game, but I've already auto-saved. What I can do now is I can export the XML and then export the export Legends. I like to wait until the top one's done because this one's really quick.
Keeping the channel going 1 month at a time, Crypt Beer.
I mean, or you could support me directly through my blog where it costs $2.99 per month and I get like $2.96 from it. Black wins. Although please respond to the email if I email you about perks, because otherwise then I literally can't give you the things. Dominok, thank you very much for the 34th month and the 3 months in advance. That's very kind. In your case, it's 3 months at a time. Dankarius, thank you very much for the brand new Prime sub. Your name reads like a kobold. All right, so now that I've done that, I can export Legends, and I'm just going to exit and restart the game. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a secret tab. Although, just got completely blanked out by the...
Yay-goo February Crypt Wambler.
Oh, I see what I did wrong. I'm going to just state that something is going to disappear from Legends in a second here. Bubble Page, thank you very much for the 36th month with Prime. Appreciate you. I'm getting an all files failed to upload. That's interesting. Why is that happening? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So I did that, and then this. Then load world. And refresh. Let's try this again. No, I know you can. I'm not showing it kind of intentionally because I don't want to show my computer's file structure if I can avoid it. Let me try this again. Let's upload you first. Okay. Then let's upload you. Did I upload you? I uploaded you twice. That one. Never do live demos? Oh, I mean, I did this the last time and I figured out a problem previously, which was fine. Seems like you logged in right on time. Oh, you're never late. Come on. Right as intended. Yeah, now it's not loading. I will reload the old one then. Okay, I see what I need to do here. I might need to just Okay, yeah, it's back up. I was just getting the upload order slightly wrong. But now it's updated. I see what I did, and I know how to do that right next time. So now if you go to Legends, you should be able to look up Romanoid. Huzzah! So that's the world. That's Legends. You can now go scroll through and look at all the fun little bits of existence. Although, why isn't Era's there? I mean, the map works. Did I screw something up? Everything's like not colored. Why is it not colored? Odd. Did you not get the, Yeah, it looks like it didn't. Yeah, okay, I see what I screwed up. Let me fix this. I need to re-export the plus file. That's what I need to do. It should work now if you refresh Rogue Phoenix. But hello, Zordos. The curse of live demos continues. I mean, here's the thing, right? I need to know how to do this. So if it's gonna break, you might as well break it. This is the pain that I go through to give y'all free entertainment. Let's try that again. Command finished successfully. Now that I've done that, I should be able to upload, select file. Oh, I see. Yeah, I literally just didn't upload a new what the fuck? Okay. Somehow I managed to hit a hotkey where it like completely resorted all the files. It didn't fully export legendsplus.xml, so I'm just waiting for that. Like, it's literally still exporting. Okay, it seems to be done. Now it's failing to upload.
Hello everyone. Nice to see you again, Blind. As always, thanks for all content, Crypt Beer.
Okay, well, I will delete and replace. Select that and upload it. Okay, then select that and upload it. Cyber, thanks for the Prime for 22 months. Haha, I fixed it. Okay, I figured out the load order. So if you refresh, you should now have this. And it should now have the data, which it does. And now you can go and look up the one new person I've added. I'm not going to do that multiple times a stream, but I could be convinced to do that more than once per stream. So yeah, that's it. I will also say that I find this kind of funny, just nerd-wise. If you, or rather, I'm not going to show this part, but I'm going to go to Cloudflare real quick. I want to know how much data this has used since I've started, like from you guys, because I was looking at Legends browser and it used like 100 gigs of outgoing data over the week, which I think is really funny. So now I need to go to traffic overview. So it's used about 3 gigs since this morning. That seems like a lot, but it's okay. I've got unlimited data. No, not bandwidth. Like, well, total data usage. Like, it's kind of a lot. Rogue Phoenix. Anyway, I will be right back. 2 seconds. I just gotta go do something. Total data is data over time? Oh yeah, no, it was like 300 gigs for Legends browser last week. Like the last 7 days of streams, used like close to 400 gigabytes of total data over time, which is like fine because I have unlimited data on my internet plan, and I'm going from 1500 down, which is more like 900 down, and 500 up, which is more like 100 up, to 3,000 fiber on Saturday. So I will have 2 internet connections as of Saturday, but then I'm going to get rid of one of them because I don't need 2 internet connections. I only need 1 internet connection. You're making a game on Twine and you haven't bothered trying to load any images and MP3 files for it yet? You think that's a different thing? Gotcha. Twine's neat. I haven't played a Twine game in a while. I always forget that Twine exists. But yeah, that's the current fortress, and that's the stuff. So let's read the names of the dwarves now that I'm done with the fucking around. We've got Ankh, Squizzly, Potpourri, Frisco-born. If you want to go look up any of these dwarves on the Legends viewer, you can. We got Romanoid, we've got Tibet, we've got Qin Green Tea, we've got Nilmald, we've got Gutsy, Lanix, Umbria, Alderaan, we've got Davet, we've got Sapphic Megalodon, we've got Ham of Doom, we've got Batome, and we've got Scales, as well as Otters, and Daggett. Daggett, damn it. And Maxentor, as well as Darius Cardrin, Snaila SD, who killed the 2 Forgotten Beasts. And that is all of the living. We also still have the Holy Cow, and are currently working on higher points in the fortress. If we go to the Royal Beast, who is Davet, who is the leader of the fortress, her eyebrows get bigger every year. She dreams of crafting a masterwork, and that dream was realized. I mean, she made Bido Kondin. She is outraged after having a poor tomb after gaining another year, which means we need to make her a nicer quarters, I think. I mean, it's Sapphic Megalodon, right? If you notice, if you have like a not normal series of words in your username, I will say it differently every time forever. I mean, my Freakified is the legendary username who used to frequent this channel. He literally changed his username because I never once said his name right until after he changed his username. Like, I realized, like, when I went and looked at what he changed his name from, that I'd been saying his name wrong the entire time, and I felt kind of terrible about it. I'm gonna geld 2 dogs. And let's go make the Baron's quarters nicer. This is her quarters at the moment, and let's improve them. She also needs a tomb that is nicer than this one. So let's also give her a nicer tomb. Think you're Soak the Oak? I mean, you're Oh No It's Oak, right? Right? I need to check what bars we have. So the plan for today is, I'm thinking... What time is it right now? 6 hours of Dwarf Fort, including the 30 minutes of fucking around. And then I would like to go play some more Menace. Because I had a lot of fun with that the last time, and I would like to play some more of that. That's my plan. Actually, let's do 4. 4 statues, and she would also like more of these. And those. There is a little bit of stuttering, and that's because of the fire down below, but we'll have to deal with that. There is a Forgotten Beast made of fire down in the basement. But yeah, chat, I guess the question is, that version of Legends Viewer that I was messing around with just now that I'm hosting, that you can go look at if you want, is a fork that was kind of scrapped together, from what I can tell, by Rogue Phoenix, who's in the chat. Are there any features you would want to see added to that? Like right now, I think like the easiest thing you could do is just like go bookmark your dwarf. If you were to get some features added to that, what would you want and why? The original idea when I was talking about this with people behind the scenes was I was planning on just hiding it and only allowing like members of my blog who pay me to access it, but very quickly I was like, that sounds like it would just be kind of a moot point. So decided not to do that and have gone with anybody can access it. So as per usual, as I was babbling about earlier, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, just think about me. I'd say that because that's something you might already be paying for. But I acknowledge and understand that optional, non-life critical entertainment on the internet is the first thing people get rid of. And frankly, I agree. It should be. But I like my job. So I will be annoying until the end. And then I'll just be annoying but slightly less frequent. We've got a gremlin in here, which is fun. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Hello, Gremlin. Forgotten Beast, Nightmare's dead body. I was gonna say, you didn't kill a beast, did you? No, you didn't. That was definitely one that we killed, right? Yeah, I remember Nightmare hate. The ruthlessness of abysses. But no, suddenly makes me think that there's just like a Forgotten Beast's dead body in here somewhere. I'm assuming you're gonna run away now? Yes. All the way away, right? Bye. Lord JJ, hello, how are you? If you missed Legends, type in ! Legends. It's now, Legends Viewer. Which I think is pretty cool. Okay, so you are now happy with your... Okay, it's kind of funny, actually, just putting walls in there has made her happy with her tomb. Let's just unforbid those additional walls that we're building. I also need to check on the status of green glass blocks. We're making 1,000 green glass blocks, and they're 453 in. That's really funny. You can now look up how you died, Bone Doll. I say that only because I noticed that your dwarf died when I was looking at it earlier. But you can now find out exactly what happened to your dwarf and who did it, and you can blame me for it properly now. But that, you know, of course, only if you would like. ! Legends. But the new gimmick looks awesome. I mean, I don't know if it's really a gimmick. I guess it's a gimmick. I wouldn't describe it as a gimmick. I feel like I need more gems. More specific color gems, but it's possible that I'm just out of gems. Let's see. That's a clother shop, not a gem cutter shop. Cut gems, what do I have? Let's do 14 of these. Well, actually, let's just do 9 of each. Nine. Let's picture Jasper, Sarden, these. Yes. 9. Because that'll be 3 windows each. Can also do some glass windows. Over here. Because I think I have some glass windows. Nope. Got rid of them. Don't know who that is. But just deferring from the name, I generally don't listen to, like, super heavy death metal, and that reads like it's super heavy death metal, but I don't know. 2 examples are, like, the band Suffocation and the band, Visceral Disgorge, as an example. Like, I've seen Visceral Discord a number of times. I quite like their shows. I don't really have much interest or care in listening to their music. So I have no idea who that is what I think of it. That is my thought, long and short. I don't know every band that exists. I like the band Goat Whore, but I don't really listen to them. I just like seeing them live. For me, like, heavier and or more extreme stuff when it comes to metal is usually reserved for the I love to go see that live, but maybe don't actually care about listening to them kind of categories. Because while I really like super loud heavy metal, I don't necessarily want to listen to it. You did make a really interesting artifact in the past stream. Let's see. Which one was yours? I like that it shows the translation name, you know? Like it's the nasty execution of covers? Which is a shield. And I like that the blow gun is named Tool Knower. I like Tool and I like Knower. And this one, the symbol of the mayor, is anybody with a truck bigger than their brain capacity. The best feature of Legends viewers versus the other is the flowcharts. Well, I mean, like, everything about Legends viewer is better than Legends browser, right? Like, Legends browser just displays the information, but it doesn't do any parsing work, right? Like, it just takes the raw XML file and it says, here's the XML file, and you go, oh, that's cool. Anyway, this is a giant flying Cheeto ball. This is Dear Lou, who's the flaming beast in the basement, who just knocked a tree over. It is made of fire, which means it's probably actually gonna be pretty easy to kill. It's a blob composed of flames, so I will have to kill that. That is on the to-do list for today, and this poor, dead now, Crundle. But not only that, it's made its way up to my fort level. Could you get a dwarf happy, no beard, is what you say? Okay. Happy as dwarfs. Would you prefer a wax worker, a weaver, or a animal trainer? It's made its way up to my fortress level, so we're gonna have to fight this thing like now. Who's ready to fight a blob of Cheetos? I mean, fire. It started out as an old school death metal, but transitioned into avant-garde metal. I don't know. I mean, I've never heard their music, so. I mean, like, when it comes to, like, more out there, like, tech death and, like, weird stuff like bands like Glassing or, I don't know, bands like Ancients. Like, I don't really, or even black metal. It's like, actually, that's not true. I do listen to some black metal. That's the sort of music I go see live, not the sort of music I listen to. I listen to a lot of like psych rock and stoner rock and like, I don't know, just alternative indie rock and like down tempo stuff of my own free will. You want the wax worker. Okay. I will wait. Yeah, until the ads are done, because you don't have a hat, so I don't know if you can see this. But I am going to set everybody to on duty and to stand up here because of this beast, and I'm going to set everybody into the burrow and lock them inside, because we're gonna have to fight that thing in a sec. Live shows are the best way to consume heavy music. Yeah, I mean, when I was younger, I used to listen to a lot of really heavy stuff, just of my own free will. But like, it's funny. My dad used to always tell me, he's like, "You'll listen to this when you're young, but when you get older, you'll get tired of it." And I think it's kind of true. Like when it comes to really heavy stuff. But like, those are my favorite shows to go to. Like, I really like Havoc, like the thrash band Havoc. Don't listen to Havoc. But every time Havoc's around, I can reasonably go see them, I will go see them. But, like, I'm not gonna sit down and willingly listen to Havoc. Well, it was in the basement, and it's become such a big ball of Cheetos, Perpetual Winter, that it's gone from the basement to the front lawn, in fact. This is Oh No, It's Oak. She has 2 pets, a rooster and a bunny rabbit. The Velcro on my splint just came off. I had to re-Velcro it. Kvishin Meng, she is often filled with joy, and I still need to burp. And is often filled with, is stingy with resources when working on projects. She refuses to expend any extra effort, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She often feels envious of others, and she could be considered rude. She's quick to anger, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She is slow to trust others, and she enjoys the company of others. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family, and personally values romance and does not particularly value the truth. She likes galena, pig iron, shell opal, slabs, guinea fowls for their social nature, rocks for their dedication to their young, and the words of the lavender wisp. And when possible, she prefers to consume banana beer and water buffalo's milk and foxtail millet flour, and absolutely hates rats. She has no kills, she's never killed anything. And welcome to the fort. I'm trying to figure out what that means. Wandering Star? Okay, so let's follow this beast. Durlu, who is flapping through around on the water. Where would they even get their hands on that? They get bananas from banana trees, which are found almost anywhere tropical in Dwarf Fort. They're actually pretty common. They didn't have sprites initially, but they do have sprites now. And the bananas, not the trees. The trees always had sprites. And actually, I should just make sure that we're not currently doing anything too stupid. No, you should be fine. Then they brew them. Although I will say, in real life, there's quite a few different brands that make banana beer. So when you're fighting beasts made of fire, there's 2 things you need to know. 1, scream loudly internally so that you don't wake your neighbors up. 2, make sure that you have some sort of ranged weapon. And I said 2 things, but I'm going to make up a 3rd one because reasons. Don't fight on something flammable. So, like, dwarves are flammable, yeah? But we're going to try and stand on this, which isn't flammable. And while they can't path and walk through smoke, they can shoot bolts through smoke. So I'm really hopeful that they can just land some hits on it, kill it immediately, and then we don't have to worry about it. This creature hasn't killed anything before. It is 542 years old and has now entered the fortress. And it's dead. So when I see people saying that Forgotten Beasts made of fire are too strong, this is kind of what I think about. It's like, boom. Headshots. Boom. Headshot. Boom. Headshot. Okay, so now that's happened. Who got it? Literally 1 dwarf fired a bolt. 1 dwarf hit it. Struck it in the body, breaking away the tissue. Fired a iron bolt, tearing the muscle, bruising the guts. Fired a iron bolt, which struck it in the 2nd leg. Okay, that was a previous Forgotten Beast, I think. Fires a flying iron bolt, hits it in the head. Yeah, that was definitely the previous one. So literally fired 1 bolt. Fired an iron bolt, which struck it in the body, breaking away the tissue. Hit it once. That was a previous fight. Yeah, previous fight. Literally hit it once. She literally hit it once. I feel like gasoline blood if shortened to gas blood is a band somewhere, probably. So that's going to burn up, but that's kind of fine. I actually can't open that at the moment. So we'll just let this burn up, and hopefully not too much of bad happens. These dwarves all slowly get distracted. This could block some pathing in a minute, but maybe won't. I was actually kind of worried that the frame rate would tank, but it doesn't seem to be, which is good. I'm actually going to take you two and just set you to off duty so that they equip their stuff and keep it equipped. And good morning, Tempered Calamite. How are you doing? Appreciate you. I don't know why you're just hanging out up here. I guess like you just came out here to grab your... Oh, I see. You're in one tile of smoke, so you can't move. They're just like freaking out because they can't see. All right, now that that's all gone, I'm just going to, I guess, grab you, because you're right there already. I'll just run you up here. Just going to go over to here and just tell them all to train wrestling. And also to store their ammo in here. And I'm going to also, I think, throw some beds into this. Green glass chest box. That's what I'm going to do. And sand. Let's do, whoops. That was a misclick. Let's do 30 and 30. We're cutting gems. I'm really happy I looked over at that because originally I was going to be like, nah, that won't be a problem. But I did, so I'm glad I did. All right, so you there. It is just her throne room that she's not happy with, which is this. Which I can fix by doing this. Done. Oh, smoke is the biggest weakness. Shittiest enemy could hurt. Yeah, like I've tried to explain this to people before, where it's like, yes, it's like smoke in Dwarf Fortress is scary. However, it's only scary because you don't have ranged weapons. It's like smoke can absolutely destroy a fort, but I think like. A lot of games have hard counters, and I think people are pretty used to games having hard counters, so that should be like a pretty normal system. However, I think there's like some things in Dwarf Fortress that are scary, right? And I think that's understandable. And I think when you have scary systems in a game like Dwarf Fortress, some people just completely write them off as like, oh, I will just never mess with that. But at the same time, some of those scary systems are so fundamentally useful to like just playing the game in general that it's kind of amazing to me that people are able to ignore them. And that's one of those where I am just kind of amazed that people are even able to ignore them. Give food. Well, I've got a bunch of animals that need to be pastured, don't I? Yes. Yes, I do. Let's also go here real quick and just go cage. Let's grab that giant olm. Okay. I mean, I will sometimes ignore the caverns because I don't want to deal with them, but I think that's kind of different than ignoring them because they're scary. I'm going to actually go up to here. Right there. Deconstruct this cage and cover it in lava. That's what I'm going to do. Because I want to get rid of these troglodytes. They're starting to annoy me. Let's go down to the... Oops. Do I have a lava tube? No, I was scrolling too quick and saw something. Okay. I'm going to go down to here, and then I'm going to go cages. Share cage. What are you doing, dwarf? Apparently I've got a bunch of dwarves that want goblets or mugs, so I'm going to go to... let's do iron and just do 20 iron goblets. No, let's do green glass goblets. Let's do 40 of those and collect sand 40. Sure, I mean, I found myself very quickly ignoring the underworld invasions because I thought that they were just far too overpowered. And then pretty quickly after ignoring them, I just realized that I could turn them off and then turn them off. I'm always a little bit amazed when somebody tunes in and is like, I miss them, because I think that the caverns are not as dangerous now than they were, like, you know, I actually don't even remember when those were removed now. Last year, whenever they removed them. Like, yes, they are easier to deal with, but I think that the challenges enough, or the things that you have to deal with now are varied enough that they're much more interesting to deal with. I think it's a much more enjoyable part of the game now. Also, private parking, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Same with you, Zakaluka. Speaking of ignoring the caverns, you know what you shouldn't ignore, chat? If you type in !legends, if you weren't here at the beginning and saw me fucking around with it, if you go to !legends, you can go and look at the self-hosted version of Legends Viewer that we are now running in this channel, which has the pretty damn up-to-date... What? Did I actually did. Wow, I'm dumb. Where I have the pretty damn up-to-date version of this world, where you can go look at it and search up your dwarf, or other dwarves, or the previous fort. We had it last week, but it was Legends Browser. Now it's properly Legends Viewer. I'm doing about as well as I can be. Last month was the longest year I've had in a while, private parking, and I don't know. I talked about this very briefly at the start of the stream, but like I think I had a little bit of a manic episode this past weekend, and I'm still kind of in it. So that's a little fucky and not fun. I'm never super thrilled with being in that mental state. It just kind of sucks. However, that being said, I need to cut polished stones. What's the conditions for that? It's just a one-time order? Oh, okay. Could also just get a glass, like a raw green glass job going. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Once I see that's done, then I'll just get them encrusting stuff with raw glass. Or I can actually just do this manually. So I don't have any at the moment, which is fine. You're not taking from anywhere particular, are you? No. Cool. That's what I love about DF. Strategy and planning can make the game easy or difficult, or you can completely ignore some aspects. I mean, sandboxes, right? I mean, you could describe just about any sandbox like that. You know, like Minecraft as an example. You can kind of do as much or as little with that game as you want. But currently in the fortress, for those of you wondering what's going on, aside from me babbling about Legends Viewer to the point where some people are going to start being like, Blind, shut up, we know. Which you're allowed to say if you want. I don't know. I had a fucking weird weekend. Like, I'm okay. Don't worry too much about me, but I'm not the most mentally stable person. And sometimes it shows more than others, and sometimes it rears its ugly head. And I'm in a pretty unstable place at the moment, but I'm trying to just repeatedly remind myself that I am okay, and I'm in a good spot, and I think people like what I do. I just want to still be doing this in 5 years. That's my only real hope. Thanks to your YouTube videos, you learned so much and had so much fun with Dwarf Fortress. Happy to help. Sangor, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. Something else that I did do this weekend that I actually haven't mentioned yet is I've recruited 2 interviews. One with Simon Swearer. I butcher his last name. And then one with Dabu. I have 2 recorded video interviews, one with each of them. Can I get a round of beers for both that Prime subscription for 6 months from Sanger, and a $5 super chat from Enterix in YouTube chat. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. So I'm going to try and turn that into a video. And then I'll release the 2 interviews separately as their own videos. So if you just want the interviews, you'll be able to grab those probably in MP3 format and on my blog, and also in unlisted video format on my extras channel. But that's my plan for the weekend. So that and Future in the Fortress are some things to keep an eye out on. Something that like I really need to remind myself, and something that I've been trying to like fix, is it's very easy to just kind of like compare yourself to everybody else on the internet and try to keep up. And I think the thing that I've needed to learn, especially in the last few years, and I think the thing that I'm finally starting to accept, is that I can't look at my videos and the work that I do as something that's going to continue to scale. Statistically, it's starting to look like the bigger videos that I make have hit the maximum audience they can get, which means it's going to get harder for them to break containment and for YouTube to promote them. If I'm correct. Unless the game, releases a big update in the future and sells a bunch of copies, which could happen. But for the moment, I think, like, I've kind of done all I can. And so my goal for 2 years ago was to fix my work-life balance, which I think I did. My goal for last year was long-term stability, and I like to think that I've pulled that off too. My goal for this year is to let go a little bit, and instead of primarily focusing on growth, I still want that. I want to get a silver play button real bad. But instead of trying to focus on that, I need to and want to try and focus on making things that I just want to see exist, regardless of if I actually make money off of them. But I need to do that at a reasonable pace so that I, can pay my bills. So, like, I'm going to make a nice little packaged video out of those interviews, and I'm going to release them. Even though I don't need to, I could just release the interviews on my extras channel and focus on something that will make money, but I will release those videos or those in a video that will be nicely packaged, and not a lot of people will watch it, but I need to just make it because I want it to exist. Similar to that boat murdered video, which wasn't a video that was worth the time that it took to make it financially, but is a video that I wanted to exist, and I'm happy it exists now. I'm working on a video about another Dwarf Fortress story called Room Carnage, which is going to be like twice as long. It's going to be so fucking long. And I've been slowly like recording chunks of that and sending it to my editor. I'm paying somebody to edit that. That video won't break even. I doubt it. I'm not expecting any of it to break even. Maybe in the long run. My hope is that it continues to remind people that Dwarf Fortress exists, and hopefully it inspires somebody else to write a cool story. That's my hope. You have learned that the worst thing to do is compare yourself to anyone else, just to be yourself and do you and work hard and smart, and it will pay off. That is an inspirational speech that in the modern day is completely meaningless. I am in a position where I think I can do that, Hylium. However, if all I do is that, I won't be doing this for much longer. And when I say much longer, I mean that could be 2 years or that could be 5 years. But if all that I did was, quote, be myself, it wouldn't pay off. Because working hard and quote unquote working smart is doing the thing that I'm saying that I'm going to stop doing. So maybe you're, or trying to do less. So maybe you're misunderstanding me a little bit. Maybe I'm doing a shitty job wording it. But there is a quote going around right now that I really, really like. And it helps that it was said by somebody that I like and I respect. Enterix, thanks for another fiver. Appreciate you. I don't think I will do a ton of quote-unquote in-depth tutorials explaining deeper mechanics because I don't like making that type of content. I've said before I will make another getting started guide for Dwarf Fort, and I will. It's outlined and it's planned. But deeper, more in-depth, mate, just go fucking read the wiki. There's things that are not worth my time to make, and then there are things that are not worth my time and I don't like making them. That is unfortunately in that window. Like new tutorials for new players, super helpful, super useful, worth my time. Advanced, deep, specific stuff, not worth it. What is worth it is making a video like, I don't know, that last one that I uploaded about Necromancer. There's a lot of in-depth, detailed mechanical knowledge in that video that nobody would watch if it was a tutorial. But because it's a video with a story, with a gimmick, with a catchy thumbnail, and with a narrative that is just entertainment, outside of the fact that if you know how to play the game or are trying to play the game, you'll probably learn something. That is the kind of thing that I like to make and the kind of thing that I like to display. So when it comes to talking about deeper, more interesting Dwarf Fortress mechanics, I need to theme a fort around that and build that, and then make a video out of that. If I just make a tutorial, it'll take me here. I showed somebody this yesterday, and I'll show it to you today. This is the last tutorial I made, and for all intents and purposes, pretty simple tutorial, but it was one that a ton of people asked me to make. This was the last tutorial I made. This tutorial took me about 8 hours of fucking around and testing and spreadsheets, and then about 6 hours of editing. And then I uploaded it. It basically took me a Saturday, Sunday to make it. I still have to pay taxes on this, so I've made about $21 on that, probably. Actually, that's kind of an exaggeration. I've made about $51, not 21, off of that, in Canadian dollars. I make that in ad revenue in a YouTube stream. Most of my future The Fortress videos do better than that. I don't have the financial incentive. I don't have the growth incentive. And the time to value ratio for me and the audience just ain't worth it. So, well, it's not taxes, right? Like, if I spend 3 times the time of making that video and instead make... Let's scroll down until I can find it. This video, the scariest thing in Dwarf Fortress. This video took me like about 2 days to make. I had to sit down and do it. It was like 2 full work days. Maybe 3. But one made me $81. And the other one was this one. And granted, like, this video's been up a lot longer. This one's been up for almost a year. That one's been up for much less than that. But this one made more in 24 hours than the other one has till now. So, like, if I'm going to drain my brain and do something, I would like to do something creative, which is like this. And I would like to do something that is worth my time and time investment. And that is worth my time investment, whereas the tutorial isn't. I think that a lot of people found me through the basic tutorials, and that's cool. And I think that a lot of people want me to do advanced tutorials. That's cool. But every advanced tutorial I've done has done significantly worse than the basic ones because less people are looking for advanced tutorials than basic tutorials. I don't like making tutorials. I find them to be kind of exhausting to make. We've got a tantrum. You are pissed. But I don't want to just turn this into a circular conversation. So a lot less people watch the streams for adventure mode because I like adventure mode a lot too. Adventure mode is very slow. And tricks, if you would like to give me money repeatedly, do me a humongous favor. Use Streamlabs. YouTube takes about 40% after conversion fees. Streamlabs, I just get all of it. And you get text-to-speech. Just an FYI. But, sorry for the sideline of the conversation. Don't worry, it happens 3 times a week. Story vids brought you into Dwarf Fortress in the first place. Cheers! No, I mean, it's not that we live in an age of popularism. It's I play a game that is played by a very small audience, in the grand scheme of things, actively. And the number of new people coming in is a slow trickle. And if you're making tutorial content, you are making content for new people coming in. You're not making content for the pre-existing audience. I would rather make stuff for the pre-existing audience than new people. Small but dedicated. No, there's nothing wrong with it being small. Like, I'm doing fine. But when all I did was tutorial content on the main YouTube channel I have, I made about $8 to $10 a day. Like, this was after the release of Dwarf Fort. $8 to $10 a day in ad revenue on a bad week. Maybe 20 to 30 on a good week. When I switched to doing significantly less uploads, almost no tutorials, and just the news videos and the big story videos, we're now at about like $50, $60 a day. And that's a much stabler place for me to be. So. And obviously it goes up and down and fluctuates based on what's happening at the time. But I think this dwarf is gonna commit a crime here. Did you? I don't think you did. But what do you need? What is wrong with you? You're only 23 years old and you're haggard, hey? Let's make a kitchen. I think that's what I'm going to do. All the food's right there, and that's kind of messy. Let's build a kitchen. While we wait for more glass. Typical adolescence private parking. I appreciate it, Hylium. Breaking the law, breaking the law, says Bioactive. The happiest dwarf that, I presume the happiest dwarf that isn't named. Cybrick! You're slightly happier than Oh No It's Oak, and you are worshipping a mug. A mug. All hail the mighty mug! The mug. It's reminding me to drink my coffee. Thumbs up, my reb? Does this work for you? Did you have a dwarf in this fort previously? Let me check. If so, I will name it Moreb 2 for sortability reasons. Yes, you did. Okay, so, well, actually, just in this world. So Moreb previously had a dwarf in the humid volcano. Different dwarven faction, different fortress. Should I still name them Moreb 2? Because that would make sorting the world easier. I'm going to say it's actually up to Moreb, but like, what would you prefer in general, chat? Out of curious. From which part? What are you thinking about? Primeval? Moreb 2? Okay. Moreb 2, Dwarfy go boo. I should actually learn Roman numerals. I mean, I usually do Roman numerals because it looks better than 2, you know? 2 Mo, 2 Reb. 2 Furious. He always is in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. He's impervious to the effects of stress and pre-proposes success in any venture requiring his skills. Oh, so you're a startup junkie. With what could be considered blind overconfidence. You're a used car salesman. He is very impolite and inconsiderate of property and is somewhat scatterbrained. I'm back to the startup junkie. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and has a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this, as he values artwork in its creation. I have many thoughts. He personally prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, tends to think before acting, is curious and eager to learn, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He prefers that everyone lives harmoniously and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and likes to brawl, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. He chews his lips when he's angry, and exhales sharply when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual. Well, I mean, I guess a Dwarf Fortress startup junkie would be like, you're gonna found the guild, you know? And then like quit the guild and start another guild. He personally dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. He personally is completely put off by the idea of friends, strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and values peace over war. Sees introspection as important and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. And his hanging lobed ears are very flattened, and he has a very high-pitched voice. You're, of course, a member of the Seed Creation. You are a militia dwarf. You're married to English the Weaver, and you've got a daughter named Locum. Locum Smokum. And your last name is Manor Tapered, if you'd like to look yourself up in Legends. So that's you. You've got a bunch of friends and kindred spirits. Good luck. How long until the divorce? That's what I want to know. You still have a lot to learn. I'm sure you can do it. Reading the YouTube chat. So, as someone who's slowly creeping back towards Dwarf Fortress, you finished watching your vids, and the way that you weave tutorials into the longer story fort videos is so interesting and chill. Yay! Glad you like them. There will be more. Slowly. Steadily. I need one more chest and one more cabinet in here. So let's go up here and go chest and cabaret. Once those get placed, that should be good. Let's make a kitchen. Let's get some nicer meals up in here. And got a stockpile over here specifically for meals. Of which I don't have any at the moment. You're trying to learn minecarts? I mean, if you need help with minecarts, just shout. I mean, I can always give live demonstrations if I'm not in a mood, which I'm in a mood today, but it's not like a bad one, it's just a mood. Although I kind of prefaced everybody, I've been kind of in a mood all weekend. The twitching. Thanks for the raid. What's up? Welcome, raiders. What were you playing today? Hello, hello. My name's Greg. I played too much dwarfs. Those things. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? I didn't even get a raid last week, so that's the first in a minute. Thank you. Wasp, hello. For a moment you thought it didn't go through? Did it like stutter or something? Sometimes it looks that way. I usually, this is just me, and that's because I have a weird web browser that like blocks a lot of things that a lot of websites do, so I just assume nothing will work. But whenever I'm in a stream and they raid somebody, I just like open up that person's stream manually and wait. Like, I've just kind of stopped going along with raids. I mean, I do, like, I leave the other tab up, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't, and I click join, but, like, I just kind of do it that way, because, like, then I'm already there. Then I can scream first. I don't, actually, but I could. So what were you up to today? What were you streaming? Twitching. Mods. Do I have any mods around? Can I get a shout out for the twitching? Unless you did that and I missed it. Which is completely fair. We got the elves who are here to trade, who I think will probably still like me because I still haven't chopped down any trees. Aban, are you throwing another tantrum? Yes, okay. So I've got a disorderly conduct. I'm gonna just go interrogate you. Oh, I don't have a captain of the guard at the moment. Excuse me? Captain of the guard must have died. Or I must have, like, unassigned them from captain of the guard, maybe? Otters, you are gonna be my captain of the guard now. And, because I know that, like, I unassigned... No, Daggett was the captain of the guard. Oh, I know why I unassigned Daggett, because Daggett was getting freaked out and stressed. We did some look outside. What's look outside? Like, do you mean like you actually were outside doing like some IRL stuff, or is there a game called Look Outside? Now I'm questioning, maybe not everything, but at least one or two things. It'd help if I hit the right button when scrolling up here. Okay, so you dealer right there pumping. Don't tell the elves I'm melting a bunch of troglodytes. There's a game called Look Outside. Huh. Why do I feel like that's like a very avant-garde horror game? Peem? You mean peak? Another elven caravan has arrived because we trade with two different elven factions. And I'd be right. Ah! It's like, no, I am not human, or whatever that game is called. I'm a bad person, chat. I am a bad person. I'm burning a Gorlak. Wait, really? I tried to look for where she was living and I couldn't figure it out, but raiding with the Pink Seductions. So she's a goblin trader, is what you're suggesting. I put too much lava into that. Well, I can fix this. Let's do this priority 4. Easy enough to fix. All right, let's jump up to here. Looking for large gems. Honestly, I think cloth might be the easiest. Ooh, no, I should do this. I'm gonna build a grown cage and sell them animals, because I bought at least 2 grown cages. 1. 2. So I'm going to move all these animals over to the other cage, because I'm not actually entirely certain if this cage is grown or not. Last chronicle for the queen. Let's see.
Crypt arrive.
And I mean, that's 135. Like that's like hundreds of years ago. So, I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, oh, this was linked from her page, right? Sure, but like this is hundreds of years ago. So she was, yes, okay, so I guess the statement is she was raiding with them at one point, but she hasn't in a long time. Yep. Yes, we did. Exclamation point legends, and it all still works. Necron Tier, hello. Thank you very much for the 9 months. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. How you doing, Cleto? Good to see you. Is that barbecue you smell? Potentially. String 1 humped camel. This yak. That. Not the troglodyte. I'll sell some sheep. And then the other one, I will sell them 2 puppies. And one of these yak bulls and this yak. That's what we're gonna do. No? Why would they get combat buffs? No animal's code has been changed in years, our lives. If you're asking why did that turkey attack the animal, because they do that sometimes. It just had an aggressive personality and was brave in the face of imminent danger. Davet meets with the elves from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. Whatever possessed you, blah 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 blah. Sure. How many trees? I've just been looking for the number. Tree fells to 5, sure. They'll give me 8, because I didn't chop down any last year. Let's continue our peaceful coexistence. It's the state of our agreements. Let's see, what they've told me, if anything. Bunch of news down here. Between the dwarves and goblin forest retreats. And then the elves have given me some of this news. It looks like the refugees calling themselves the Adorable Mirth fled from the area just before the army of the Disloyalty of Crips, led by the goblin Sumust Tusk Kisses, descended upon Veil Brother. It's the Veil Brother! I mean, they were right there. You have a weird question? I might have a weird response. You made your first fortress and retired it, and now you're trying adventure mode, and you can see your old fortress on the map, and there are dwarves near the place, but you can't find your fortress opening. I mean, it should be there. I guess my default mean response would be skill issue. Bruh, what? Blameless suitors. Sometimes it can be real hard to find it. I mean, I've certainly had trouble finding the entrance to my own fort before. It should be there. I don't know why it wouldn't be. I know that there was a bug, which I personally have never actually encountered, where forts just don't exist. But as far as I know, one, that got fixed, and two, it wouldn't be in the overworld map then. So, I don't know. I don't really have an answer for you. They're entitled to our forests. I mean, it's their forest. It's their it's their land. I mean, there is more of them than us. They're willing to trade the giant animals with us. I'm hoping they'll bring us sunberries, and it's fine. I've got more than enough wood. Gravity, Gracie. I mean, it's damned Twitch chatters being entitled on their land ownership rights and refuse to acknowledge that they are the colonialist bastards and not, in fact, the elves. Self-importance complex. Were you trying to say naive or nice, Necrontier? I assume you mean nice. Oh, I'm sure that they're great in oatmeal sunberries. I imagine like sunberries are they look kind of like a translucent marble. That's kind of how I would imagine them. Oh, why are you still stationed? You shouldn't be. Stop it. Okay, so we did interrogate Aban, the bone doctor, who admitted their crime. Does anybody want to go look up this this here necromancer? Or even this kobold, void zombie. Just because, you know, fun. 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 Speaking of void zombies, you seem like a criminal. I don't trust you. Interviewing him will make him go away at minimum. The kobold is a zombie, yes. Very, very dead kobold. Let's go over here. And no, farming. Kitchen. And I'm going to say meal. And I'm gonna say if amount of unrotten cookable meals is less than 50, make 25. Yeah, I've never encountered any of these issues. Like, if you're running into weird esoteric bugs or like, I mean, I can just like acknowledge that I've seen people say that that's happened before, but I have no idea like what to actually do. Your best bet isn't to talk to me. In this case, I would actually say go to the bug report room on the KitFox Discord, and they tend to have more up-to-date knowledge on what bugs are active. I don't follow the bug tracker that closely. Like, if there's like a major issue or something with a new patch, then I'll follow it. But generally, I kind of ignore it, which maybe is like a personal flaw, but it's just like, it's not my job, I guess. Like, I can help you with mechanical things, but when it comes to issues like that, like, I genuinely, I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. Chat's guess is also as good as mine. Well, might be better than mine, actually, but... And also, Eric Key, I will say that that is a bug that I'm pretty sure, like, if it's the same thing that I'm thinking of, was reported as fixed. So, I don't know. I'm just, actually... Admiral, you're playing on the most recent version, right? I mean, that's just coincidence. Our lives. Yeah, then yeah, especially then, I don't know. Yeah, no, I would say go seek out the Kit Fox bug report room. That would be what I would do. That's my suggestion. Is there a way to have your dwarves learn to climb? Don't put them in situations where they need to climb. Not consistently. Like, there's no they generally don't let your dwarves be in situations where they need to climb, and try not to worry about it. And if you're talking about dwarves getting stuck in trees, all I can do is sigh, laugh, and cackle like an asshole, and then walk away and scream skill issue. And then also remind you, just build stairs into the trees, damn it. Or, like, give them enough step ladders so they don't get taken away. And if there's giant things scaring them up the trees, then you shouldn't be on the surface. Just period. Like, yes, of course they're going to die in the trees, because there's things on the trees that are making them die in the trees. There's also the fun fact that if a dwarf can climb, it doesn't necessarily mean that they will still be able to path out of the thing that you think that they can because they can't climb. Or that they can't because they can't climb. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll be able to get out of whatever precarious place they've managed to get their dumb little feetsies into. Actually, I don't want to go further this way. This is starting to look ugly. Let's build some housing developments into here. Let's do that. And then I need to make doors. But I desperately need some more bedrooms. It's not going to end well, but isn't that, like, memorable and entertaining, though? At least, ideally. Like, sometimes you don't want a thing to end well because that will be entertaining. Like, that's part of the amusements, I guess, of the Dwarf Fortress of existence, is just, like, watching things collapse and go up in flames. Like, there's something fun about that, you know? And honestly, I don't think the first siege will make your fortress go up in flames. The second or third one most certainly will. Anka's been missing for a week. Interesting. Do I have slabs? I actually don't know if I have any slabs, so let's see. Did I set a bunch of dwarves on fire? I must have, right? Oh, fuck, I did. So I torched Potpourri, Ankh, and Onul because I clipped the corner of this. Well, today I fucked up. Chat room, can I get a round of Fs for the 3 dwarves that I set on fire? And let's make some more rock blocks. Because these need to be changed. That is unfortunate. As a reminder to everybody, I get to do this job because people throw bits, subscriptions, and tips at me. This channel stays crowdfunded because of support from people in the audience. If you like the way I do things and happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me. It only takes one gift sub to get number 2 on the leaderboard, or one individual bit to get number 1 on the bits leaderboard. Last month was the slowest month I had financially since Dwarf Fortress launched. And I mostly blame the fact that I took a vacation, and the world's ending again for the 3rd time in the last 2 weeks. So, rambling aside, thanks for the support. And if you enjoy the silliness of this channel, help me keep doing it. Otherwise, eventually it'll just be all, I don't know, fucking NordVPN ads. Cashless Nomad, thanks for the 10-pack. That's extremely kind of you. Seriously. So the last stream I did, I streamed for 11 hours. I made less than $100 US. And I did get a nice tip, though. And I got less than 20 subscriptions in total that day. So, thanks for 10 gifts, because between those 2 gifts, I've now gotten more subscriptions than I made last Friday. So appreciate it. So buying bits helps him. If you buy bits, you can give me bits, and 1 bit equals 1 American penny added to my next
Thank you for reminding
Twitch
me that
paycheck.
money makes the world go round.
So you
Much
pay
love to you, the community,
conversion
and all
the
things
transfer
Dwarf
fees at the start. DGF. DGAF. Thank you very much for the 9th month, mate. Thank you for reminding me that money makes the world go round. Unfortunately, I don't really have a choice here. Much love to you and the community and all things Dwarf. Yep, there you go. Certainly, but you want to know the fun reality? I just finished doing my taxes, or prepping my taxes for the year. And I make a little bit of money off of my website. However, I make 96% more money through Twitch and YouTube than I do through my website. And more than 60% of my income out of that comes from Twitch. And all of the money I make through Twitch is because people subscribe, cheer bits, and use Prime subs. And doing that reminds other people to do it, and that they can do it. If you want to support anonymously and quietly but be efficient about it, the blog is the best place to do that. But because it is very difficult to convince people to go to a random website and type in their credit card number, that is a fraction of my income. It's just kind of a fact. Pleasant Animal, thanks for the 5-pack. It's extremely kind of you. Same with you, Carl, Eric, and Darius. Thanks for the $2.50. Appreciate. You're very kind. A and K. O and UL. Oopsies. I should just double check this. Yes. O-N-U-L. Po. Oops. Poprty. That sucks, man. I screwed up. Our lives, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. There is... Think about it this way, Nomald. if a game shows up, I'm trying to think how to explain this. If you're starting a business, you need to market the business, Nomald. You need to shout to the high heavens that the business exists. But if you make a business, nobody can see your business. You don't have a sign. You don't have any indication that it exists. That's going to be a much harder battle, like a much harder thing to pull off and be successful with. Marketing and advertising costs money, but it's something that you need in order to succeed running any kind of shop. If you subscribe through Twitch, the marketing is built in. If you subscribe to my blog, the only marketing for that is me verbally stating that I have a blog that you could go subscribe to. I got one subscriber that's new to my blog this morning who's paying. And that's the first one I've gotten this year. And while I will make that money, and that is money, that will cover my internet bill. Maybe. Actually, it might actually not quite cover my internet bill. I need to do a little bit of math. But that's with me mentioning it like 4 or 5 times a stream. I can't live on that. What is the best way to do it? Do the thing that's best for you. Subscribe on Twitch. If you watch on Twitch, subscribe on Twitch. That is the best thing. For 2 reasons. You get ad-free viewing. It reminds others that they can subscribe. And you get emotes. The marketing is built in. If you are already subscribed on Twitch, or you don't watch on Twitch, then support me through my blog. But if you're already subscribed on Twitch and you want to subscribe or support me more, the blog is the best way to do that, or the Patreon, but I don't really use the Patreon all that much. However, at this point, I'm good. Like, you guys have probably cleared my daily minimum, so thank you. Sorry for being annoying about money, but Our Lives, thanks for the $1. Our Lives, thanks for the other $1. And the other $1. And the other $1. And the how many dollars did you get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 bits. Thank you for the $5. And Devil Dawn, thanks for the 10 pack. That's very kind. Let's bring this. Let's deconstruct this. Zordus, thank you very much for the 10 pack. Heart. Just wanted to give the damn beer emote. Appreciate it, man. Most when they do it is cringe, and makes me want to punch things. I have a question. What makes it cringe, though? Is it the way people ask about money? I mean, like, my actual ideal is when things are just kind of cruising and I don't need to say anything. Like, that's the actual best case scenario for me. Because then I don't need to ask people for things. Yeah, and it makes people whine about it, which I think is kind of funny. Eric, but yeah, I know it doesn't. Guess I seem more human and normal. Yeah, I mean, I like to think I still have some of my humanity left. Let's see what the first one has. They've got a cardinal, they got a giant cougar, a giant bush tit, and a chipmunk. What about the other one? That was the other one. Click the same one twice. This one just brought a normal chipmunk and a normal bush tit, and a giant cockatiel and a llama. Did you bring any fruits or veggies? A lot of seeds. A lot of pears and persimmons and cacti fruit. What about you? I really am hoping that they will bring sunberries. That's what I want. I want sunberries. Chat, giant cougar or giant bush tit? Thanks for grabbing the mug. Appreciate you, Squizzly. You like it when a lot of streamers do it, like, don't forget to, whereas you say, look, here's full transparency. Yeah. I don't know. I've had a lot of brain dumping thoughts recently, which isn't necessarily good. Name a dwarf, doesn't matter who. Okay, we'll just give you the happiest unnamed then. I mean, there's jokes in both bush tit and cougar. The hell did you call me? A cougar bush tit? A bushy cougar tit? Wait. We're gonna go with the cougar. Big kitty! Big city. And diplomacy. Diplomacy, what? 9 trees? Okay. Thank you very much for the hype train. You guys are very kind, chat. Thanks for filling up those leaderboards and helping keep the channel funded. Generally, like, the way I try to do things like subscriptions and money is I have a amount that basically just clears all my bills. And when I hit that amount in my monthly revenue for the month, I just kind of stop talking about it. Is usually what happens. I actually missed it last month by about $80 US, but it's fine. The YouTube stream and other sources of income fill it in, but it's a bit anxiety-inducing, I guess. Some migrants have arrived. I actually kind of wasn't expecting this. I guess it is mid-spring, but gotta work on more bedrooms. We've got the kitchens coming along down here. Let me just get some glass through here. The hype train is, in fact, snoozing the ads, by the way. I need 6 more subscriptions or $29 in bits to level up. What, the cougar brushed the bush tit? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't actually have any spare ropes, so I can't actually assign the cougar to one, which I was going to. But let's do... No, not that. Let's do this. Thanks for the 42 subscriptions and the 1,200 bits, chat. That is... Do I really not have any... Really? Was I not making windows? I'd swear that I queued up something. Maybe I'm just thinking about the raw green glass. Green glass window. Sick. Nope. That's infinite. I don't need it to infinity and be dwarf. Let's just do 60. And sand. And then you quit trading. You know, with the amount of vitriol I see against, like, geese in my chat, I gotta say, I think that you guys might actually hate geese more than pigeons, which I think is wild. Like, if I scroll back in time on the internet to, like, 2009, the world's most hated bird was easily pigeons. Like, nobody liked pigeons. Everybody always talked about how awful pigeons were. Like, as far as you knew, if you were new to the internet and hadn't spent much time on the internet, you'd presume that everybody's mother was killed by a pigeon. And I think that's completely flipped, because I don't really see that about pigeons anymore. I mostly now see that about geese. I don't know. It all perplexes me, to be honest. Especially when they're wild animals, Moreb. I say that, and like I got dive bombed by a seagull earlier this year, or later last year. What year is it? I need rock doors. Yeah, let's just do doors. Made of rock. Rock door, rock door, rock door. You will do... Ooh. Let's do matted shirt. 40. Then down here, I'm just going to make a stockpile. And this stockpile is going to be for meat, fish, unprepared fish, egg, plants, not alcohol. Yeah, not alcohol. Seeds, except plump helmet, cave wheat, pigtail, and sweet pods. You can go there. Don't need any milled plants. Fat can go here. Don't need any of those. Don't need that. Oils, sure. Don't need any of that. Don't need any of that. I'm done. Then I'm going to go up to here and just delete that stockpile. And then I need another stockpile for seeds, which I think I'm just going to put over here. Yeah, we're going to put it over here. So I have been using barrels in my seed stockpiles, just an FYI. And I've had no problems. Wait, what eats faux grass? I mean, I think making and putting faux grass, like fake grass, as a lawn in front of your house should be a crime. I personally don't have a problem with seagulls. Seagulls are like, yeah, I got dive bombed by a seagull once, but like, I almost tripped over its child, so I kind of don't blame it. They were roosting, and the baby seagulls were like dive bombing off of roofs because they're not very smart. Adult ones aren't much better, but like babies are like irredeemably stupid. And so like the result is they just kind of walk around. Geese liver in a French proche meal from abused bird. Huh. See, and here I thought you guys would prefer geese as deaders, but I mean, hey, more power. If it's a delicacy, what am I to say? Although I don't personally trust the French with their delicacies because they also think that eating snails is a good idea, so. When they force feed it, right? Okay, fair. I mean, that's... Like, if you're taking care of, like, an injured animal, I don't under... Like, yeah, of course you're gonna feed it something gross because it's a wild animal. Yeah, no, wouldn't it just... Like, I feel like if you live in a desert, I would just want, like maybe river rock in front of my living space and, like, I don't know, fucking cactus or something. Shrub. You know? Maybe a tree if you can get one to grow. But, like... AstroTurf? More of an intergalactic turf guy. Or a Steel Series turf guy. That's not even funny. Or a Turtle Beach turf guy. Now I'm just saying words. Traveling with geese in Sweden, didn't think about it in 30 years. I mean, I really like geese. It's something that I think is amusing, but do I just ad hoc order them as I need them? Sometimes I'm more specific about different types of blocks, but I literally just have an order where they make 100 blocks. If I have, whoops, not wrong thing. Make rock blocks, which is all the way over here, and they just make whatever kinds of blocks, and they just make them when there's less than 500. Sometimes I'm more picky about different types of blocks. I'm not being picky about different types of blocks in this case, because I'm not short on resources. If I was short on resources, I would be a little bit picky about what materials get used and such, but not so much right now. That's all I really do. I think, like, it's very easy to overcomplicate things in Dwarf Fortress that often don't need to be overcomplicated, and, like, sure, maybe it'll make things run a little bit faster, but I would rather just have it run rather than overthinking it and confusing myself. How's your boy Honkers the 7th? Well, I mean, I think you could look up Honkers on Legends, but let me double check. Irel Gusilamus, the militia captain, has been possessed. It's our first artifact begins of the day. Of course, there's more criminals. But they've already left the fort, so I can't do anything with them. Honkers the 7th is still chained up. Still domesticated. Still honking, probably. Let me scroll down in something. I feel like they need to put an asterisk. Oh, well, rather, okay. I'm like skimming the cat's explosion section of the wiki, but the original cat explosion, which they've actually like re-clarified as the thermonuclear cat explosion, the number of thermonuclear cat explosion has drastically reduced for the ignition keys are now, by law, hidden in a very fun place after World Gen. They are, therefore, unavailable to prospective modders and elf fondling terrorists. There used to be, what's the word? In these versions of the game, cats used to breed a lot quicker. I think it was in version 28.1.1. The game, the cats used to breed a lot faster. And that's been fixed. And I kind of wish that they would clarify that somewhere in that article, but they don't. It's mostly like just a satirical article because it is rated D for Dwarf. Also, for those of you wondering, a thermonuclear cat explosion is if you, I like the green glass crown on Darius over there. Looks good on him. The thermonuclear cat explosion was when you modded their blood to be hotter than the sun so that they would explode. So you would just like have an erupting circle of like multiplying cat spam. Which, you know, is entertaining, I guess. Something else I'm going to do here is I'm going to go green glass, you be just one shop, you be just, not cut. There we go. Speed up the creation of glass blocks. You've caught a fluffy wambler and a bunch of rats and toads and stuff? Cool. I don't even know if there's anything you can do with fluffy wamblers, but cool. I can plump helmet roasts. How am I doing on plump helmet supply? Actually, I might want to stop those from being cooked at the moment, although I can very easily get more, so it's not really a huge issue, but let me just see. Although I do want to make sure they don't cook my booze. Just gonna let them brew the fruit. It appears to be party time. What song are they singing? The Fragrances of Silkiness is a social group dance originating in the Mahogany Mine. It guides dancers on improvised performance, and the dance is accompanied by any composition of the rhythmic sweetness. Hey chat, it's party time. Get your favorite dancing emotes. Or don't. I mean, that's up to you. So it's a free dwarf world, and you can dwarf it however you choose to dwarf. I think that Pony Rider may have actually surpassed it for me, but for those of you wondering, the rhythmic sweetness is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Mahogany Mine. Let's see, does it have like a topic? Not really. It doesn't have a specific topic. Which was first performed on the 7th of Timber in the year 40 in the late autumn. Is this death metal? Maybe clowncore. Interrogate these necromancers. I would like to know. There you go. Or actually, for if you know, you know. Lyrics being nonsensical. Holy fuck. Although they released a song as a single for their next album, and I can actually understand what he's saying, and I feel like I'm going nuts understanding what he's saying. It's like I shouldn't be able to. I shouldn't be able to understand this. Let's see how this interrogation goes. Really? They were cagey and refused to comply. Training opportunity, I see. Interrogate again. Aha! So the real name is Priest Habits, if you want to look them up. They're pretending to be a member of the Confederacy of Fur, corrupted an unidentified creature to have an agent in Sunspire. The subject met with the unidentified creature and made a threat. The unidentified creature spurned the law willingly, despite being unafraid. Tarn has stated before, he's like, we could say it right now, but it's literally just be like, over plants, over animals, over territory, or reason unknown, which would just be like, guy in charge said, go to war. Like, it's very much a, like, the reason they don't have super hyper-specific reasoning is that there isn't. I'm just gonna lock these doors so that they can catch him. Get him! There you go. We caught her. Man, that is a young... If she's really 36, that is a young necromancer. Like, holy crap. And I should be able to place some slabs. I need to do one more of these because Unk needs one. And I need to give Nomal to Dwarf, which I didn't do yet. This will be Nomald's Dwarf. I'm just going to name them. I need to take a piss. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. If I could get around to beers, that'd be cool. You guys can follow Nomald around for a minute, and I will unpause the game when I get, or rather, I will read their description when I get back. Hey, my hat's returned. Everyone knows necromancers don't get older? Sure. Errol, the militia captain, has created Kej Kazin, a frilly pigtail headscarf, and claims it as a personal treasure. Just real quick, loosening up my aircast for a little bit because my leg is sweating. Claims it as a personal treasure. This is a frilly pigtail headscarf. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of pigtail and radiant cut rose quartz. It is made from pigtail cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of giant one-humped camel leather and menaces with spikes of giant cave toad leather and green glass. On the item is an image of Dipane Lightshell, the elf, and Honest Snarl, the lush fins of rain, the desert titan, in giant one-humped camel leather. The lush fins of rain is striking down Dipane. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf by the desert titan in the lush fins of rain in the Dune of Courtesies in 222. The lush fins of rain and honest snarl. The item is an image of cushioned cabochons in 200 camel leather. Military sitting around. Check out this new one. Check out this new axe I forged. Nice. I got this shield. Nice, Captain. I got a frilly headscarf. I mean, I look pretty. Is like the response. I mean, those are kind of cool because dwarves can't make them, but it's kind of annoying because like there ain't a ton I can do with it. Nomald never feels hatred towards anyone or anything and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She's easily moved to mercy and is brave in the face of imminent danger. She is assertive and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she could be considered rude. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, often feels envious of others, and likes to take it easy. She doesn't focus on material goods and tries to keep her things orderly. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and can sometimes act without deliberation. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she wishes this were not the case, and she considers altruism foolish. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill, and personally, this dream was realized, and is somewhat disgusted by romance, and strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Truly values merrymaking and parties, and sees sacrifice as a wasteful and foolish. Believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. As for families, she's married to Moreb. Oh. What would you look at that? And worships Otan Stin, and needs new clothes. I need to start the clothing industry soon, is something I'm noticing. Welcome to the fort. I think I need a lot of bedrooms. That was 9, but I need a lot of bedrooms. I need a lot of bedrooms. Anyone who's slightly less happy, and hopefully we get married dwarves in these bedrooms so that they're twofers, but sad. And I need to make a guild hall for the Guild of Bronze, a metalsmith's guild. I think I can do that. You like and hate friends? I mean, it's, love-hate relationships are pretty common. I'm thinking I put it down here, like a layer below, and we use these as heated pillars. I think that could be kind of cool. Let's do iron picks. And also, let's go up here and go iron helm, iron shield. And just do 60, 30, and 10. Sure, that'll be plenty. Bins? What about bins? I mean, I use bins. You just said the word bins. There's no context. I don't know what you want me to respond to about bins. Like, you have to make a fully formed question. I know it would be helpful, but unfortunately I cannot discern what you are asking if all you give me is a single word. So I have no idea what the intent, desire, or request you want to the question of bins, question mark. What about bins? What about Zoidberg? I guess. Naturally. I guess not. I guess we'll never find out what Tempered Calamite wanted to know about bins, chat, because, it's been 3 minutes. Bin it's these. Speaking of, check out this axe I forged. How's your new year been, chat, just in general? Like, fuck the state of the world, but, like, how's your new year been? Do you have any New Year's resolutions? Are you sticking to them? I've had a weird New Year. Bin to the queue, yeah. It's put into the past bin. Or the lost bin. Which is now deep in the undiscovered bin. I need to move all of this, and I need to move this. Bin there. You sure you've done that? Artifact is missing from its proper place. I forgot to lock the door, chat. You didn't remind me. I don't know how to respond to this or what to do. Okay, so who is suspect? I have reason to arrest him. From a crime that he committed. Now I'm kind of curious. So, who saw it missing? Priest habits. Isn't that... So you saw the object is missing. So this necromancer reported it missing. Because they saw it. That's fucking crazy. That is... Okay, hold on. First, lock the fort. I realize there's a Dwarfy McGee outside. But let's just... interrogate... you. And let's see what we can figure out. I love that. I missed the door. Yeah, I know I forgot to lock it again, but... I love the fact that the necromancer was the one that reported it. Nope, they just saw it missing. No new information was revealed. They only saw it missing. So I'm gonna see something else here. It was Osen las like caught Kor Focaccia, obviously. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize it would just be like unexisted from the list. Yeah. No, I'm just trying to remember what it was. I mean, I could actually just go look it up in Legends, right? So that I know what to look for. Although, I don't know the translation for that. Trying to think what it was. Does anybody know what this translates to? Do I have any, like, linguists in the chat while I go through suspicious people? Such as you? You're in a cage, though. Or, like... Oh. Don't I have a reason to arrest you for something? To what? Yeah, I do. Fucking send the idiot to prison. Also, the fact that you're swimming for it right now makes me think that you're sus. No, it wasn't the headscarf. The headscarf is still there. If it was the headscarf, I would be saying it was the headscarf because the headscarf is right here. That's why it's on display. Also, that's not the name of the headscarf. It's a really big deal headscarf. So, no, it wouldn't be that. No, it's never been able to. Normal legends can't search by Dwarf speak. Rogue Phoenix. But if nobody knows, then, like, yeah, I just have to do this manually, which is fine. I do think it's kind of funny that you work on this, but you don't know how it... you don't even know that it works from Dwarf speak. It's like, this is the reason we need a translation, chat. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking for a translation. Okay, but, here, fuck it. I'll just go open up the wiki and go figure out what this is. Dwarf wiki. Now let's go to language. Dwarven language. All right, so the name of this thing is what's Fokash? Focaccia. Search cache under the word hunger. The Cavern of Hunger, made by Megalodon. Here it is. This is the item. It's a tower cap something. It's an earring. Thanks for the help, chat. I did it all myself. I hope you're proud of me. Okay, so let's see. Earring. Are you still on the map? 'Tis not still on the map. Well, that answers that. Cool. Focash around you, Focash and find out. I'm pretty sus about this person, but... Godly barbs. Egg the Viking, thanks for the 7 months. Appreciate ya. The dwarf translator didn't work. Pro tip. There's this page on the wiki. This one, Dwarven language. Scroll down until you hit Roz. Show all, Control F. Look up the word you're looking for. I appreciate it greatly, Elmiran. Chat, can I get a couple beers for Egg the Viking? You can help with that. That's very easy. See? Very simple. We're just in an ad break, so I will wait. Where are the cap at? Just gonna see if I can get these squads out of here. Just want that dwarf out of there so I can lock this. But yeah, it must be off the map now. must be off the map. But I still need to go back and open up the surface. So I'm just going to get this designated, and then we'll go figure it out. That's going to hit water, but that's fine. Just want it to not dig through these is the big deal here. And what's up, Avink here? How's things? Well, we will continue. Imprisoning people. Because you were spotted attempting to steal things and got away with it. So I will arrest you too. Why in the world is there a cave in my fortress? Excuse me? Who let that in here? Certainly not me. I would never. No. Those are floors. They're not walls. Walls give boulders and ores. Trying to get into tabletop RPGs recently? You talking like D&D, or are you talking like solo stuff? I'm going to interrogate you again. See if I find out more about you. And let's also go class silk rope. Gotcha. I don't see myself ever getting into those, but I respect anybody who do. Yeah, because channeling a wall is the same process as channeling a wall is the same process of as digging through it. Okay, so nothing new was revealed. And I have another moron in a cage. I feel like this is a bug that they have to put them into cages to interrogate them, but not that I really care. It's fine. Some rooms are missing stuff? Oh, I'm certain they are. No, absolutely. 100%. Most of them are, in fact. But I don't really have a clothing industry at the moment. So, unless I have a clothing industry, I don't really need to give them cabinets and chests. And we are working on chests and making them nicer quality. So they will get those. But right now, just having bedrooms is the priority. Especially considering, like, I just kind of torched 3 miners not too long ago, so I'm trying to complete a task within a time limit as well, so, and that task is taking quite some time, so that also requires digging. There's a lot of things happening here that aren't just, like, you know, getting those bedrooms 100% completed, because just having a bedroom is better than nothing. I'm also trying to get that guild down here done, which is probably the bigger priority at the moment. And also, Nomel, thank you very much for the tier 1 and the 3 months in advance. Use those emotes. Share them around. Your 8-year-old played his first D&D game about 2 weeks ago. Now he's obsessed. Careful, it'll turn them into Satan worshippers, or whatever the satanic panic nonsense was at one point. Cool. That is probably a good hobby for people to have. It also gives you an excuse now to buy more minis. I don't know why I'm assuming that you're a mini fiend, but it's like a hobby, a craft, and an activity all built into one. better than Minecraft? Honestly, Minecraft's probably not. If I had kids, which I don't, who wanted to play video games and I could play video games with them, I feel like I would be much more interested in playing Minecraft than tabletop games, but that's just me. Like, if I had kids and they were interested in Minecraft, I would be kind of thrilled. Because it's like, you know, it's digital Lego mostly. Like, it's pretty inoffensive. Although these days, the cool kids, they're just gonna skip Minecraft and just go straight to Vintage Story, right? No, I know you don't need them. Of course you don't need them, Moreb. You don't need anything. I don't need houseplants to grow tomatoes. But if I have houseplants and tomatoes plants in the summer, then I have plants year round. You know, like, you don't need minis for D&D. You could use a fucking penny. You could use a Lego minifig. I played Warhammer when I was younger, and I've never even held a Warhammer figure in my life. You know how we played Warhammer? Lego. Because we had shit tons of Lego. We'd spend like 6 hours building approximations of like Warhammer characters with Lego minifigs, and then we would build our armies, and then we would read the rules for an hour and argue over them, and then we would play the game for 30 minutes and go, why the fuck did we do that? This game sucks. And then we'd just play with Lego. The Forgotten Beast. Quasi-Negoxal Pale Red Deer Quasi. What in the shit? Has come. An enormous beakless raven. Yikes. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Its lilac feathers are long and narrow. Beware its noxious secretions. It's kind of pretty, actually. There is another Forgotten Beast down here. I don't think it has access to the fort. The thing about Hightail that I really like, that I think is funny, that I like to repeat whenever Hightail comes up, is that Hightail is extremely moddable, which is like, because it's made by like an ex-Minecraft mod team. It is not. Cursed Devil, the Mysterious Poison. It's a mean-sounding name. Is it super moddable, and people have already modded the content of vanilla Minecraft into it. Like, structure-wise, it's like a questing thing that kind of looks like Minecraft that's a bit more, like, directed or story-driven, I guess. But I just think it's really funny that it's like, yeah, no, they've already, like, modded Minecraft into the game that's not Minecraft. That is a pretty cool beast, yeah. All right, I need to unlock this door. I need to go down to here. I've made my green glass industry busy. But now that means, so from here, this one's done, this one's done, this one's not done, this one's not done, not done. Yeah, we'll call that one done because all the pieces are there. Done, 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 done. Cool. So I've got to finish this layer, and finish this layer, and then we can drop it after I move this stuff. I'm gonna have to get rid of you and move all this stuff. It runs Doom. I'm waiting for something to walk Doom, you know? That's what I'm waiting for. And maybe we'll never get that, but I will be waiting. I really hope. Yeah, actually, we'll just do it this way so nobody gets stuck. I was about to say, I really hope nobody gets stuck, and then I realized, like, no, actually, kind of should just do it this way. top. Getting there. Six full-times. Okay, so hold on. But let's define 6 full-time jobs in a trench coat disguised as a hobby. Vulpine. And I can define it with 3 words. Multi-level marketing scheme. Except, like, you don't get paid for it, so it's kind of a crappy multi-level marketing scheme. Grumpiest dwarf, please, and thank you. Do you want the grumpiest dwarf, or do you want a grumpiest dwarf who's going to live? Because most likely, if I give you what you're asking for, you might as well not have a dwarf, because they won't live for very long. If that's what you want, then I don't understand, but I shall humor you. Okay, then if you want like a grumpy dwarf, we can go for like either the neutral or like the kind of lower middle. Like somewhere in the middle of the pack, and then like you're not just going to keep like, you know, tantrum and get arrested immediately or die super quickly, or less likely for that to happen. I mean, it's still gonna happen, but like you'll live a little longer then. Because grumpyist usually just means like probably a lost cause. Yes, definitely 100% a lost cause at this point. So we could go like somewhere around this mark, if anybody stands out to you, like there's the diagnoser, or like maybe the siege operator Zon, or I don't know, Cole, the leather worker. First time grabbing the stream live, so that's where. Well, hello. How are you grabbing the stream? That's they're just like reaching into the modem. Don't electrocute yourself. And I didn't finish my. You didn't finish your kappa? Where is your twin? An awe. Because I read your name as like Alshok, and it's like Alshok and Awe. Where's Awe? What's the goal this time? I have to sacrifice the image of the yak god into a volcano. So I'm building a volcano out of glass. Mostly like a little structure project. And when I sacrifice the yak god, I will turn up the siege difficulty until they wreck us. How do you make your taverns... Wait, what was the question? How do you make your tavern citizen only? Go to your tavern, hit Z, click on it, click on this, and then click that button. All visitors welcome. Citizens long-term residents, which is like citizens and people that you've agreed to let stay. Citizens only. That's how. What Bone Doll says also works, but then they'll get stolen like mine did if you forget. But you embarked on a mountain, so you think it's deep. I had a mountain map once that was like almost 400 layers deep. The mountain was on, like started on layer like 20 and went up to layer like 110. And the bottommost layer was like layer 2 something, minus 2 something. And I was like, well, it must be deeper. That must be deeper. And I just kept going deeper, 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 deeper. And then I found the Magma Sea, and I was like, what the fuck? And it turns out they were like, the 3 cavern layers were like 5 layers apart each. And right at the surface, like right under 0, all at like I found them all like all at once practically when I did find them. And it was like 10 years into the fort. I kind of gave up finding them after a while. I was like, I'm just never gonna find this. But Cassius Nomad, you like Zon. Zon be done. Lady Zon, shoot learned. How'd that work? Thumbs up? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Triple thumbs up. Okay. I know that little that little kids. I know that Gen Alpha uses thumbs up as a negative slash like sarcasm thing. That's very funny to me personally. I really wonder how that happened. Like, how did that cultural shift happen? Someone's going to study this in 1,000 years, maybe 50. She's truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and is a perfectionist. She is often nervous and is brave in the face of imminent danger. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and can easily fall in love or easily develop positive feelings. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she rarely feels discouraged. She occasionally overindulges and is trusting. She doesn't focus on material goods, has little interest in joking around, and likes to brawl. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people who persevere through adversity, has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship, and values romance, sees merrymaking as a waste, and finds leisure time wasteful and values tradition. It's probably because of a meme. Oh yeah, true, probably. Or like a viral video. She likes schist and pewter and gold opal, the color chartreuse, as well as cabochons, bucklers, and animal traps and geese for their formation flying. Loon men for their coloration, and the sound of the rhythmic sweetness. And when possible, prefers to consume peregrine falcon, fonio beer, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. So I'm never going to do this on stream, but you guys want to know a weird piece of blind IRL lore? Zon worships Sabrek, Anan, and Yugosh. When I was little, I could mimic loon sounds well enough that other loons would respond. Like, I could start off loon calls by just, like, going to the lake and just, like, making a loon sound and then just, like, waiting. And they would all start responding, and very funny to me. I mean, it's not that confusing. Anybody born after the year 2000 is a Zoomer, so technically my little sister is a Zoomer, but like, well, no, because anybody born after 1999 is a Zoomer. And then, what is it, 2015 is Gen Alpha? What I think is real fucking funny is after Gen Alpha, we're getting Gen Beta. I feel so bad for them, like, preemptively. Like, imagine, like, never being able to get out of beta. We need better generation names? What would you call them? Got lazy after X? I mean, we skipped a few letters, that's for sure. Because we got X, then millennial, and then we started over. And then, you know, honestly, I'd rather be a millennial than a Gen Y. So maybe it's good that we skipped a letter, actually. This is like generation. Oh God, why? Honestly, kind of checks out, to be honest. I mean, these days it feels like we're Gen Y. Just had a 3-year-old make an artifact. I've had children make artifacts the day they're old enough to walk. Like, so-and-so has become a child, is like what it says in the notifications, and then immediately they go into a mood. Like, I've had 1-year-olds do strange moods more than once. It's kind of fun, if you ask me. Doing more vertical-ish bedrooms. Man, imagine having like a really loud neighbor directly below you. Speaking of loud neighbors, so I bought a blender recently. Am I a bad neighbor as somebody living in an apartment because I own a blender? I talked about blenders once before, and then somebody in my chat was going on about how it should be illegal to own a blender in an apartment. But I don't think I will ever have a reason to use it, or rather, just wouldn't use it before like 8:30 in the morning. And I'm not going to go using it in the middle of the night. Am I a bad neighbor? Serious question. I mean, you know. If I used it on quiet hours? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to use it at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's just rude. It's no worse than a vacuum. I can tell you for fact, my blender is significantly louder than a vacuum, but it's not on the floor, it's on a counter. And I put it on a little rubber mat thing that I have. Unless you're blending at 3 a.m. right against your bedroom wall. So like, the wall behind my computer here is my neighbor's living room, and their bedroom is on the other side. My kitchen is above, like I'm on the top floor, so directly below me is my neighbor's kitchen, and I don't have any other neighbors. So like, it's about as far away from any of my neighbors' walls as possible. I mean, I have they're like these, so I have 4 of them. I don't even remember where I got them. I think my ex bought them or was given them at some point, and I just ended up with them because I don't remember buying them, Cashless Nomad, but I have these like roll-up cutting boards is what they're supposed to be. They're not good as cutting boards, but they're basically just like rubber mats. I take them camping sometimes, but like, yeah, I don't know. Blend the shit out of that machine to disturb anyone. Yeah, I guess if I do any like heavy blending, like if I make mashed potatoes in it or something, which I probably won't do, so I'll probably just use my stick blender for that anyway. Just do it in the afternoon. Semi-clear ones with the grid lines? No. No, it's like they're red. I know what you're talking about, but no, it's not a baking mat. It's like it's just a rubber like mat about that thick. Like maybe actually a little less. It's like about half a centimeter thick maybe. A couple millimeters. I recall like my ex using them to cut chicken. They're just stupidly easy to clean. I almost never make mashed potatoes Georgie pie because I make food for one person usually. So if I make homemade mashed potatoes, it's like, I guess I'm just gonna make 2 potatoes and just like mash them with a fork, and it's just kind of sad. Or I end up just putting it in soup. Really loud death metal at the same time, and then the blender wouldn't be the issue. I feel like that second one is more likely to get me in trouble. It's kind of funny. Whenever noise comes up in my building, I always remind people or whoever I'm talking to that I reserve the right to play my music way too fucking loud once a year, maybe twice a year, on a Friday, ridiculously late at night, or a Saturday, ridiculously late at night. But only like once or twice a year. And I work with this methodology because, like, my neighbors below me seem like fine neighbors. I have no real reason to complain about them. However, since I've moved in, twice, there have been instances where extraordinarily loud country was played until about 3 o'clock in the morning. And both times this has happened, they've denied it. They've said, we didn't, that wasn't us. What are you talking about? Yet, like, definitely walked down right up to their front door and was like, nope, no, that is absolutely coming from your unit. So either they're deaf to the sound of country, which, man, honestly, I that type of country I envy, or they're lying. I suspect they're probably lying. So I've never complained about them. Like, it's been mentioned that it's happened. It's kind of a known thing. Other people have complained about them. but they've only done it about once or twice a year. So I don't really care. If it's a constant thing, I'll complain. Good potato cakes or gnocchi. Like I said, it usually just ends up in like a creamy potato soup for me. If I have extra mash. Because I'm certainly not going to go to the monster mash, so. Let's throw some more glass in. I do need to make some hummus, though, because I've got a bunch of canned chickpeas lying around. I got the oil. Hummus is on my to-do list. Can't say I've ever made a potato cake. What is a potato cake? Is that just like a potato pressed into a cake and baked or something, or pan-fried? I know what a potato pancake is, but for some reason my brain is telling me that's something different. Pressed and fried. Huh. I wouldn't call it a potato cake, but I guess it's kind of just like a crab cake, isn't it? Yeah, I guess that checks out. But I don't know why I wouldn't think of it as potato cake. This is going to be my Metalsmith's Guild. No instruments. It's a fox statue. Oh, that's fun. Egg. I mean, I guess it would depend on the recipe at that point. You need something to stick it together, and you could use egg for that. Okay, so let's get some more tables and chairs up and running. Let's just make chalk ones. I actually really like the look of chalk tables and chalk thrones. I'm in an ad break, so I will pause now. You know, when you said ring molds, my brain was like, is that one of those scary cameras? But no, you mean like a cookie cutter. Make them thick and pan fry them. Yeah. Can you 3D print food safe stuff like ring molds? Like, do they make food safe plastics for 3D printers? Sure, but like, do they make that? I guess is the question. I'm sure it's not standard, because, like, I wouldn't put, like, whatever that stuff is called anywhere near or around my mouth or food. I'm just Velcroing up my splint again. Pet G, you mean Snoop Dogg? Wait, no, sorry, that's my bad. That would be Pet OG. I'm assuming that's the food safe plastic. For me, it depends on the brand. If it's like some no-name random crap from Temu, then yeah, I kind of agree. I barely trust it as being food safe. If it's like KitchenAid or Whirlpool or like a more notable brand that is like decent quality feeling at least, then I'm more inclined to believe it. I actually have no problem with plastics and food stuff. as long as it's like good quality plastic. And you can kind of tell just by touching it if it's good quality plastic or not. Sure. Okay, so they do make it then. I feel like if I owned a 3D printer, I would have the funkiest looking cookies. You put a picture of potato cakes. I see YouTube chat moving. I will look at you in a second. Don't worry. Uh-oh. What just happened? All I can see is Discord. That looks like... Can I just say I think it's really funny that the picture that you chose to post of these potato cakes is a Yelp link, and it's closed. I don't know why I find that funny, but I do. It's like, I'm just like, well, that's a weird food stuff thing that I've never heard of, followed by just like, oh, well, that might be one. The human caravan has arrived. It's that time of year. I think there's 2 human caravans we trade with, maybe 3. And I'm actually going to move the trade depot. What's on the surface at the moment? I think it's vultures, isn't it? Holy fuckamole, chat. They brought the thing I asked for.
Volpine Anthro cheered. X101. Blind, I had a tragic end to my last fort.
Oh no!
I trapped a bunch of goblins in my most successful trap yet, but then 180 dwarves beat each other to death in the emergency burrow at once. Got to watch it at 2 FPS.
Why did they beat each other to death? Like, well, why? Do you know why? Thanks for the $1 penny. My Discord? No malt? What's the word? It's literally just use the join code blind. It's one of the easiest Discords in the world to get onto. Or just type in !Discord. I think it's linked in the about section of my blog, but... what's on the surface right now? Kind of nothing. I think I'm going to put a trade depot up here to trade with the dwarves next. Just would like a bunch of value. What I can sell. Also just gonna straight up get rid of this stockpile. Davette meets with the chief keeper of the seal and they ask for things. They compliment us on our place, and I'm going to go here and say, please bring me more grizzlies. More black bears. Thank you. They want potash. What's up, Eurostov? Loyalty cascades have been patched out of the game since before Steam. So that's literally not possible anymore. Ragnarok. There's like one instance that could sort of cause loyalty issues, but it won't cascade. I guess like the question is, tavern open to everyone, probably part of it? Oh yeah, that would do it. Because like if you have a tavern that's open to everyone, right? And you have 10 people in the tavern that are affiliated with a human faction, and that human faction invades you, and you fight with those humans, that human in your tavern will become hostile. A loyalty cascade is where your own dwarves split their own loyalties and cease to be part of their faction and go to war with yourself. which ends with like your dwarves killing each other, which could happen in one other instance, which is if the dwarves, what's it called? Like, as an example, if a dwarf goes berserk and you tell your military to kill it, and your military kills that dwarf, then all of the dwarves that were related to that dwarf would then become hostile to your faction and would die. And that was a loyalty cascade, but that just, like, kind of doesn't happen anymore. So... which I'm very happy for, personally, but... This also get me... breeding pair of black bears and a breeding pair of grizzly bears. I feel like I could look at a potato cake and figure out how to make it just by looking at it. Any luck with the earring thieves? Nope. Gosh darn. I have bears. Excellent. I like that the giant black bear has the old sprite. I think that's pretty funny, actually. Yeah, I need to bring a bunch more trade materials up there. Let's go. Let's just bring some bolts up. Those are easy trade goods. Best animals? For what purpose? The kind of... if you want animals that'll do everything, I would go for turkeys and pigs. Because neither of them need to be grazed, so they don't need to be pastured on grass to eat. And you can milk pigs, and if you butcher them, you get a decent amount of meat, fat, and leather, and obviously bones and stuff. And for turkeys, they lay eggs, but also give a decent amount of meat, fat, and leather. If you want yarn, then things get a little bit more complicated, and I usually go for alpacas. Dwarf's been found dead. Uh-oh. Speaking of fights, something happened. Looks like somebody went berserk or tantrumed. So now everybody's piling into the hospital. I do have cover wounded, a pretty public tavern. Okay, I need to increase my doctors because I currently don't have any doctors that can function. That's fun. Seems like everybody just kind of... whoops. Where's my hospital? There it is. Ah, yes. Chief Medical Dwarf is dead. He was the one who died first. Because that was the one that went off and got all pissed. I'm going to give this to Nomald, actually. Keep in mind they need nest boxes. Yep, those are made at craft store shops. Next step is learning how to maintain a thread and yarn pipeline. You always seem to run out really quickly. Spider's webs are like infinite, but the easiest way is to just make a pigtail stockpile, like immediately, and then just allow, or rather, and then just create a repeating job that just happens whenever there's 10 pigtail plants available. So just go here and go process plant. I should actually do this anyway. Process plants, and then click on the magnifying glass and type in pigtail, and then go to this green button right next to it, and then just click plus. And then just have a weaver, and you will have pigtails. As long as you have a farmer's shop and a weaver shop. Or rather, farmer's shop and a loom. Yes. All right, well, there were some injuries in that tantrum fight. I do need to get these dwarves bedrooms, but I expect that we're going to lose some more dwarves. I'm going to delete this. Give this to Mincott. Oh, I think I know what happened. Or rather, I'm willing to bet I know what happened. I bet that Ankh possessed somebody, because I haven't memorialized that dwarf yet. I'll bet you that's what happened. Because moods aren't bad enough for... Oopsies. Like a ton of dead dwarves to be out here. Okay, I'm just making sure I've got empty buckets. Do you have all the things that you need? 5 crutches, 5 thread. We don't have soap. I need to do that. Let's bump up the number of buckets. We do have powder for casts. I don't know how I got powder for casts, but I do have powder for casts, apparently. Frame rate's a little down at the moment, too. Is the fighting still happening? Doesn't seem like it. Let's mark these. There we go. I just want a breeding pair of the grizzlies. Let's also grab another black bear if I can. Sweet. Well, it's an opportunity for my doctors to practice. I mean, I try to give people advice that will help them improve at the video game. If you choose to give people advice to make them significantly worse at the video game, that is on you. And, yeah. That's all I have to say about that statement. I don't agree with that statement, though. As stated by the chat, I do not agree. I do not actually think cats are a very good animal to have in Dwarf. If anything, actually, I would say they're kind of a bigger pain than they are worth. But I mean, what do I know? Okay, that's all done. You're all done. Got dwarves bringing crutches. Good. Yep. Oh, sweet. Ankh has been laid to rest. I super duper forgot to deal with that earlier. And now I need a doctor's guild because I assigned a bunch of doctors. I mean, it's what I get. Yeah, no. Oh, the thing is, cats aren't bad. Cats are actually pretty useful. But cats do kind of require the player to stay on top of the production of cat babies. And if you don't know that you need to do that and aren't looking to do that, they can get out of hand. Okay, so let's do silk trousers. I'm starting up a clothing industry. Silk tunic. Silk robe. Also, actually, I'm kind of curious since I'm doing clothing and it's in the mind at the moment. Chat, do you use the new dye system much? Because I think it's a really cool system. Like, honestly, it is a very cool system, but I don't find myself using it all that much. I don't actually know why. Yeah, I feel like I should be, but I'm just kind of not. Let's just do... No, not pigtails. Those should just be 10. Talking about 1 further down. 100. 100. 100. 100. And a hundo. And this part's easy. Just say yearly. In case I don't actually have enough silk cloth, I'll go in and I'll work on that later. Usually get one plant to dye, so it's not a great variety. Yeah, I kind of wish that there was a way to mass dye, or like a way to, like if you could dye a whole bin worth of cloth instead of just like one at a time. Even if it was like more crafting to make it, I feel like I would use dye a lot more. Like if I could make a barrel full of dye and do that, I think that would be much more logical or make more sense. I might also specify types of blocks soon. That is a pissed off dwarf. There we go. Hospital's getting up and getting fixed. Did I ever make one of these? I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Furniture traction? Nope. Just make one of those. And then who's my mayor and where's my mayor? Or not mayor, manager, Accenture. Is currently diagnosing patient. Very busy, Dwarf. Very busy, Dwarf. This is how you get good at diagnosing, though, let me tell you. I've done that before, but I feel like if I don't do that, like, at the very start of the fort, like, if it's not something that I prioritize at the very beginning, then I very rarely do that. Wasn't it possible to select the color using a manager? I don't think you can do it. Yeah, no. So you need to make specific type of dye. So if I type like dye, right? It'd be like avocado skin dye. And I feel like the way Toady has designed that system, it works in the inverse to how my brain processes it. You know? Like I feel like my brain wants to make generic dye and then from there make more interesting dyes based on the generic dye order, but like, or like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's just like a layer of clunk there that I just haven't fully grasped yet. That just stops me from interacting with that system as much as I feel like I should be. Because, like, by the time I set, like, if because I never prioritize that system early, and if you don't prioritize it early and scale it with the rest of your construction, it's really quite difficult to suddenly switch to that, like, only using dyed cloth later in a fort. It's really quite difficult to do that. Because you have to keep up with the input-output of, like, need for clothing at that point, right? Like, I think if it's something that I decide to do super early in a fort, then it makes a lot of sense, but I'm much more concerned with a lot of other things early in a fort than that. Gorge of Mines. Metalsmith's Guild, that should satisfy it. For the minute. And then I need a Doctor's Guild, but I also need more bedrooms. Can get 2 more bedrooms down here. Dwarf got buried. There's only a few dwarves still resting, which is good. Squizzly's down, but everybody will be back up and moving sooner than later. Same with No Mold. And how you doing today, Sniper? How's things, man? I don't rock nor stone. No, we dig deeply and greedily and strike the earth. Rock and stone is a different dwarven culture from a different universe. I do think it's funny that, like, that's become just a call out for dwarf exist, rock and stone. But that game makes me motion sick, so I actually kind of don't like Deep Rock Galactic that much. I realize that's like a crime against somebody's favorite video game here, but that game makes me nauseous. Still making green glass blocks. Still at it. Speaking of rock and stone, if you don't know, ! Legends. We've updated to Legends Viewer, so you can now watch my self-hosted Legends in Legends Viewer. YouTube chat, what animals did I say was most useful to have? Like, if you're just new to the game and you want simple, straightforward, I tend to recommend that people start off with turkeys and pigs, because turkeys provide leather, egg, and meat and fat, all in good amounts and varieties. And pigs can be milked and also provide a good amount of leather, fat, and meat. Did I recommend dogs? I don't think trying to make war animals work in the early game is a good idea. And dogs tend to just cause more chaos if you don't know how to manage them. And if you're new to the game, then benefit. Like, yeah, they'll go pick a fight with a random, I don't know, alligator on the map and then go die. Like, I've had forts, and like the last fort I did would have ended immediately if I had a dog. Because the dog would have aggroed the dog would have immediately aggroed the wow, you busy. The dog would have immediately aggroed the what's it called? Polar bear men that were on the map right by the start, and we would have died immediately. Like, I've lost more than one fort, or had a much harder time than I would have otherwise because I had a dog at the start. So I don't recommend you take dogs if you're brand new. Geese and turkeys are about the same, except geese give you slightly less meat. And I think it's about the same of leather. I'd actually need to look. Hey, look, it's a quacker. It's a chicken nugget. I mean, a duckling nugget. Yeah, I mean, like, geese and turkeys are pretty similar, but I'm pretty sure turkeys give you more meat. What, the dog doing? End in the fort, apparently? Apparently. to do a doctor's guild after that. So currently my hospital is like right here and kind of shit. I need a better place for my hospital. I kind of want to put it up in here, but this is all in an aquifer, so that kind of sucks. Could put it back here. Could put it back there. I'm just going to use these boulders on the ground because it's just floors. And I don't care about the climbability of these rooms. Geese don't drop leather? Do they not? Okay, well, yeah, then turkeys would be better. I don't know, I bring geese sometimes because it's fun. I'd swear that goose leather was the thing, but must be making that up. My bad. I realize that I'm, like, known for knowing how to play this game, but I clearly don't know everything. I don't even know a lot of the basics. They make amazing omelets and good air horns. And probably fertilizer. I don't know, it's green. It's got to be good for the grass, right? You are pissed. So are you. So are you. I'm hearing a slight high-pitched electric whine. And I'm like 98% certain it's coming from the construction site up the street. Male dwarf. Fisher dwarf. Animal cutter upper dwarf. Or I don't know, there's a soap maker. But if you're not picky, this dwarf? You're clearly catching some fish, but Tapered Calumet, your name is Wield Morals, if you'd like to look yourself up in Legends. He is a very friendly and he always tries to say nice things to others. He's very happy and optimistic and very slow to anger. He tends to avoid crowds and has an active imagination. He doesn't handle stress well and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He doesn't focus on material goods and is trusting. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and occasionally overindulges, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and doesn't care about nature one way or another, doesn't particularly respect commerce, and likes shirt as well as tin and red zircon, cougar leather, and the colored tan, soybean plants for their milk, and the words of the dutiful boot. I did not know that they could make soy milk in this game. Unless they're just saying that, I don't know. And the sound of the silver of control, and when possible, prefers to consume steelhead. I love steelhead. Steelhead's so good. And potato wine, and water buffalo's milk. You hate worms, by the way, which is funny because you're a fisher dwarf. You like fish and you hate worms. Makes sense why you like your job, you know? Geese do intend now drop leather when slaughtered. Okay, like, I'd swear I'd seen goose leather. Like, I'd swear that I'd seen that. That's a fungi wood log that just got assigned there. slowly increasing the number of stone workers. I'm also going to need to actually, like, finish putting cabinets in these beds now that clothing is becoming available, because there's going to be clothing distributed everywhere evenly over the entire fortress if I don't. Because currently they don't have anywhere to put their clothing, and if they don't have anywhere to put their clothing, they usually just dump it on the ground. You're collecting webs. What is my pop cap set to? I want to say 130 or something like that. That's the hard cap. I could check here. I haven't changed it in a while, because I haven't actually hit it in a while. 220, 250. Okay, so 220 soft cap, but they can have children up to 250. I'm seeing dwarves starting to get upset. We're still getting upset. Let me just do this. Okay, it's just Aban. I wonder. I'm going to accuse Aban of a crime. Because Dwarf is depressed and haggard. There is a non-zero chance that if I put them into prison, it'll make them 100 times worse. However, there's also a chance that if I put them into prison, it'll make their mood better. Nope, you're just gonna go beat them, so it's gonna make them worse. What's their actual conviction that they got? Ah, dang it. I need them to have some time in... Okay, well, let's just beat them again then. I do actually know who stole the Misty Mystery now, so that's good. This isn't really a good idea, but I just kind of want to try it and see what happens. I was really hoping you would do more than just beat the shit out of them, but okay, I guess not. How do you find webs? If they're available, the dwarves will just go collect them. If they're not available, you won't get any. But they'll go collect them if you have a weaver's shop. So basically, if you want a chance to find webs, then just make a weaver's shop. And then if they're available, they'll just go get them. Big quarries? Dig a big hole. This would be like a quarry. It's like the big hole sketch that nobody remembers from The Onion back when they had a TV channel. Speaking of The Onion, I wonder how The Onion is doing as a newspaper. Last time I checked in on The Onion and their because they brought back their physical newspaper, they were like the 11th highest selling newspaper in the US or something. Which is really funny and also really sad. I'm gonna get rid of that now that they've left. Her cousin's husband used to write for the Onion. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, no, there's this bit that's like a bit on American debt and like spending habits where it's just like, we just keep putting money into this great big hole. Can't find it. How are we ever going to get this money if we just keep throwing it all into the great big hole? Anyway, it's like a 2-minute comedy sketch, I guess. I mean, they don't necessarily need to be above ground ambitious, Macron. Is your name Macron or Macaroon, like the candy? Macron like the name, or Macaroon like the chocolate? Or cookie? Talon Artho, hello. How'd book launch go? Or how long does it take for you to find out? Can you make Forgotten Beast webs into silk? Absolutely. However, there's a weird oddity where you can't trade Forgotten Beast silk, and so I kind of refuse to do it personally, unless it just kind of happens. It just kind of bugs me. Like, it's just normal silk, so. It's normal silk, but, like, you can't sell it? You won't see actual numbers for a few days. Gotcha. I have no idea how quick, like, the sales platforms that you use actually get you data. You can link it if you want. Good views and clicks compared to the previous ones, at least. I mean, like I said, you can link it if you want. Does it retain the effects of webbing? No silk does? Castle and Mabin? Like, webbing is like, if a dwarf gets stuck in a web, it forces them to lie down and stuns them briefly, basically. Like, it webs them. It's like a form of stun. But once it's been turned into clothing, no, it absolutely does not keep any webbing effects. No. And no, they don't get this, like, a webbing spell. That would probably just kill your own dwarves. I'll just let them... I've also got war grizzlies now, by the way. It's my royal beast. It's going to take a war grizzly. I'll give you 2 of them. Boop, boop, boop. And let's give my captain of the guard a war grizzly. Satisfied remembering learning about milking. That's all that you need to know, chat. Anyway, zealous after punishing somebody with a beating. I may have found us a good captain of the guard, chat. Who now has a pet bear. Okay, who let this goddamn donk into the fort? I gotta kill this donk. Oh, right. Also, there's a giant cougar in the fort. I should probably put that in a pen. Kind of forgot about it, to be honest. Now I have an engineer's guild and a doctor's guild being requested. Fun, 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 fun. Okay, I'm going to put the doctor's guild, like, right here. And I'm going to build a new hospital, I think, like right here. So let's do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I need an engineer's guild, which I think I'm just going to put over here. I'll have you know that my mom is a very lovely lady, and that is a rude thing to say, enemy. I am offended on behalf of my mom and will not acknowledge that as the joke that it is. Yes, I will, and I'm not actually offended. But my mom is lovely. Be nice. I really like the, like, response to those jokes when those jokes were still, like, much more commonly used. When it was just, instead of, like, you know, reacting, you just act a little bit indignant and just be like, I'll have you know my mom is lovely. That is a very rude thing to say. It's my favorite rebuttal for them jokes. You meant Chat's mom? I'm trying to think of some silly goofball response to Chat's mom. Well, definitely done got it going on. IRC, I think, would be Chat's mom. So by that logic, has been retired for a long time. Shoutouts to Chat's mom, I guess. Wait, hold up. Why are you so pissed? I think I'm going to give all of these squads a break for a moment. And then I'm going to tell them to go station right there to just break all the training tasks and just let them drop it. All right, go grab gear or whatever the hell you need. Go grab new shirts. It's literally just exclamation Discord, or you just type in discord.gg/blind. It is the easiest Discord to join. Or there's like a image beneath the stream where you can just click join. If that's easier for you. The woodworker has been possessed, named Burr. You know, with a name like Burr, you must be pretty chill. So Burr here is just grabbing tower cap logs, I think. Logs. Also, I learned the other day that one of the local breweries out here, speaking of Burr, is making alcohol ice cream with one of their fruit sours. It's like, I guess technically sorbet or whatever, but it's like a tropical sour, and they're making ice cream out of it. And immediately the first question I heard when it was mentioned that it was being made is, can you legally sell that? Followed by, eh. Probably not, but who cares? Just making blocks. You've made Guinness ice cream? Sure, but like making something at home, I think is different than selling it in a storefront. I think. Not that I would know. Okay, let's just go down into here and see how many cabinets I have. They made a couple. Just gonna kind of go this way. All right, progress. I should have checked the blocks that were available first. Let's use shale. Right, for most of those. Just make it at home, but big. I mean, I'll just say this. You don't really want to fuck with liquor licensees and regulators out here. Although I feel like that's most of the world. Or kind of gambling with like the existence of your business if that is your livelihood. Sad story, that doc. There's so much iron ore in this fort, I'm like unable to mine it all. Okay, let's do this. The old moonshine loophole. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what the moonshine loophole is. I do remember the weed loopholes here when it was decriminalized, but you couldn't legally sell it. It's like you couldn't legally sell it, but you could legally give it to somebody as a gift. So stores popped up everywhere where, like, you didn't walk in there and purchase an ounce of weed. You walked in there and you purchased a $90 loaf of bread. And then they gave you a wrapped gift. And then you walked out. Is it just like that, basically? Legal to make, own, drink, and give away. Yeah, okay. Highly, highly illegal to sell. Fun. Woodworker has created Nysonidgen, a tower cap bow, and offers it to the Seat of Creation. Well, that's fugly and kind of useless, but I'm going to stick it here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like things like that where it's like it can't be sold, but like you can make it. I think that's kind of a neat. Like one of my favorite laws out here is it's legal to have mushrooms. It's legal to sell mushrooms. It's legal to give mushrooms away. It's legal to cultivate mushrooms. It's illegal to pick mushrooms. Like, quite literally, you can do basically everything you need to run a mushroom business, but you can't pick them. So every now and again, stores appear and then pretty quickly disappear. Like, they'll appear and they'll exist for like a year or two and then they'll disappear. I need to get this dwarf out of here because I'm... Which zone was this? The Rangers Guild. Oh, right. Yeah, I made a Rangers Guild. It's like literally just that spot right there. Actually, what's it called? The Feral Seed, the Rangers Guild. All right, I'm gonna open this up and just nick that one in the bud, and then you're gonna leave. Ha! Get wrecked. And then I'm gonna go back over here, and I'm going to remake this and call it the Feral Seed again. There it is, done. I just need to train a dog to pick mushrooms. So you have to eat them straight from the ground? Well, no. If they're already picked, you can give them away, right? And, like, doctors can prescribe them. Like, basically, I think, like, the way it's currently structured here is, like, doctors can prescribe them, and, like, you can't get, like, a license to recreationally pick them. Is kind of the gist that I get. The magic kind or any kind? I mean, I don't think you're going to run into a problem cultivating oyster mushrooms. So yes, we are talking the myths and magic kind of mushrooms. That is what we are talking about. Or that's what I'm talking. I don't know. Chat might be talking about something completely different. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, it's a fair question. I don't think it's that stupid. That's a fair question. So no one cooks with them? Sigh. So when I talk about mushrooms, and I'm talking about weird laws surrounding mushrooms, I'm talking about psychedelic mushrooms. I'm talking about, like, mind-altering mushrooms. I'm talking about mushrooms what you trip when you eat. I'm not talking about your standard lion's mane, cremini, button mushrooms. I'm not talking about any of those mushrooms. I'm talking about fun mushrooms, the fun guys, if you know what I'm saying. You as a wreck? I like mushrooms, but don't do drugs, kids. Drugs are bad, okay? Abon's still upset. This will be the Doctor's Guild. I'm just going to make it a small zone in the middle so I remember to expand it. Imagine being the dwarf who lives in this bedroom, and you just walk into your bedroom one day, and it's just, your bedroom is now the Doctor's Guild, and you're like, what the shit? We're like, your place got rezoned, not our problem. Things that kill you aren't what I would describe as magic mushrooms. Those are just poisonous. There's these things called like purple shades, I think, that we have here, which are edible, not psychedelic or anything. Like, they're just edible mushrooms. But there's another one that literally look identical that will kill you in like 45 minutes. So nobody eats the edible ones. And whenever I think I can tell the difference because, like, I'm kind of fascinated by mushrooms and I like to try to identify them. I still won't pick them. Even if I'm like 99.999% sure. Still won't pick them. Not worth it. It's just not worth it. Okay. That's going to be the Engineers Guild. Just pop up here real quick. Throw beds in. I just realized I screwed up that door. Sure. Door. To door. To serve stuff like that from my college. I mean, if it was served by a professional, I would eat it, but I wouldn't pick something like that and then eat it, if that makes any sense. Like, there's kind of a pretty heavy differentiator there for me, anyway. It's like I wouldn't eat a puffer fish at home that I cooked, but I would eat it in a seafood restaurant that serves it, like someone who knows what they're doing, presumably. Or like, you know, any of those other foods that are like will kill you if prepared wrong, kind of deal. Although at the same time, like, chicken will kill you if prepared wrong, right? Just gonna make 100 cabinets and coffers. Glass still running. glass. A little bit more green glass. Kind of bums me out now, especially now that it states how many blocks you get from one boulder when you're making them, that you still only get one glass block per bag of sand. Bah. You didn't eat the first serving of it? That's kind of funny. I feel like I'm learning a lot about you, Moreb. Not a very safe mushroom was actually safe to eat. Yeah, there's been a bunch of those. I've seen those. Like, I remember as I read a lot of articles that are published by the tech news site 404 Media. Like, I have a membership to 404. I actually really recommend them if you like really mainstream, but also extremely niche like tech news. But they had a series of articles about like sloppy AI generated books. And there was a whole series of like mycology books that like straight up will kill you if you purchased one of those books or ended up with one of those books somehow and followed it believing it was factual. It would kill you. Because there was multiple mushrooms that are just like, oh yeah, and I know futurism. Yeah, futurism is a pretty good, like not something I have on my bookmarks, but. We're about to get hit by some ads. I will pause the game when the ads hit. Oh, I see the burrow's still on. Duh. I was like, why is
Dwarf's parasocial.
Brain fist. Thank you. Very much. For the 18th month. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Brain Fist? For helping keep that channel funded. I may actually have some dwarves that need to be memorialized. So I'm just gonna make a few of these. Nope, I think they're pets. Yep. Yep. And yep. Although I feel like most of those are probably already gone. I've never read Terry Pratchett, so I just take everything that chat says about Terry Pratchett as fact, and I have heard that before about Terry Pratchett. But the only actual guiding light of knowledge I have of Terry Pratchett is what chat has told me. So for all I know, Terry Pratchett really liked gummy bears and could fly. I mean, I wouldn't have any other basis of knowledge for comparison, so I would just have to take it at face value. I'm trying to think who had prehensile beards. I have heard that. I've tried. That's all I'll say later on. It's not my bag. Not my thing. But Terry Pratchett is one of those authors that chat gets. Fuck, I should just let the game run. And then the save could have gone through during the ads. I think that there's just a few authors out there that have. It's like if somebody who's a big fan of this thing, or it's like if somebody who's a really big fan of Homestuck encounters you. And then you mention that you were aware of Homestuck, but then say that you haven't read it. And then their entire life's existence for the rest of their mortal being is to tie you up, hold you down in the basement, strap your eyes open with toothpicks, and force you to read the entirety of it. And if you stop reading out loud during your waking hours, they will shock you with a taser. So that's kind of how I feel about Terry Pratchett fans, except like slightly less violent. No, 40K fans just like demand that you give your life service and in like life savings and entire like base of knowledge to the Emperor. And also, Homestuck fucking sucks. Fucking hate Homestuck. It's a piece of shit. Anyway, I'm gonna not. Should I piss off Pokemon fans next? Who do I need to upset now? Fucking trash webcomic. Let's just go over to here. Right, children's video games. That's my Pokemon dig. I don't know. You know, honestly, I've come back around on Pokemon. I love you, Bobtron. I've kind of come around on Pokemon fans because I used to just kind of hate them and like make fun of them and think that those games were bad. Like that was my very educated and nuanced take on Pokemon for a very long time, was that Pokemon's bad. And I've kind of come around on it because I think that they might be the most, I don't want to say self-flagellating, like abused? Sure, Gigmoth, what kind of dwarf is Giggy-McSquat? Is Giggy-McSquat a boy dwarf, a lady dwarf, a killy slap dwarf? What kind of gerb does Giggity-McSquat do? I read that as Giggy, like Gigmoth, but I guess Giggity. Palworld better? Palworld kind of just makes me mad, and I'm not even a Pokemon fan. Mostly Palworld makes me kind of mad because whenever anything happens with Palworld, the like CEO of that studio gets out and goes, "We're just a small indie studio with no money." It's like, holy fuck. Okay, so Palworld made more money than God. That's the first thing. Second thing, the founder of Pocket Pair previously was the CEO of a crypto exchange that only operated in Japan that got hacked and allegedly rug pulled. So, angriest dwarf I have? No, I will not give you the angriest dwarf I have because the angriest dwarf I have isn't functional as a dwarf. I'm just gonna like state that as a rule kind of going forward. Like if you say the angriest dwarf or like want the worst dwarf, I just won't bother giving you one because they will just cease existing. Like that dwarf has no functional arms or legs. Then my pick. Okay, I will give you a functional grumpy dwarf. Like, I don't know, what looks better to you? Planter Momaz or the Farmer Godin? Like, these dwarves are grumpy, but like, they're functional, right? I'm not just gonna give you a dwarf that's just gonna, you know. No, I'm not gonna do that, sorry. Like, it's just a waste of a request at that point. It's mostly, I don't want to waste my time reading the description of a dwarf that's not going to live very long. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. He tends to hang on to grievances and tends to be passive in discussions. He doesn't mind wearing something particularly ambitious and doesn't mind, he isn't particularly ambitious and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He doesn't handle stress well and is a little interested in joking around and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He does not easily fall in love and really develops positive feelings and has a greedy streak. But it's good to see you, Gigmoth. Thanks for tuning in. He dislikes... He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and has a greedy streak. He occasionally overindulges and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He mutters under his breath, and he's trying to remember. or something. And he tenses up when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of skill mastery. I'm gonna sidetrack for a second to read this thing from YouTube chat because I think it's really funny, and also I hope you get a job soon. Haifeng in YouTube chat says, as a 40k fan myself, I am still boycotting Games Workshop for being so awful. I'm doing a dramatic pause, which, like, fair. I've actually heard that from a lot of 40k fans. Followed by, also unemployed, totally unrelated! Exclamation point. I hope you get a job soon. And I'm sure it's unrelated. And I'm sure you'll continue boycotting them when you get a job, right? Anyway, he finds those that engage trade commerce to be fairly disgusting, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes earthenware, as well as late pewter and kunzite, as well as sea otter parchment, spears, mail shirts, and the sight of the radiance of twinkling. An impossible. Prefers to consume pear cider, rice flour, and hates blood gnats. He has a jutting round chin, and his medium-length beard is braided. Braided? You worship the god Reg, who's like the basic god. It's the god of like fortresses and mountains or something. Actually, I'm gonna double check. That might be wrong. Oaths. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Same thing. The god of oaths is the god you worship. You really need some new gloves. I should actually queue up some gloves. And, you have no family here and no friends. And that's you. Just say, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. I like those who refer to it as, like, plastic crack. That always kind of amuses me. I don't know why. I just find that really funny. I don't know. I think I like the idea of 40k. I like the aesthetic of 40k, which is usually why I like most of the 40k really, and like Warhammer things in general that I've liked in the past have been video games. But like I don't like it enough that I will just play any 40k video game. I know there's some people like that, but I'm kind of not that person. Like, I like the idea of 40k. I kind of have no interest in the model side of the hobby, and I think like you need to be all in on both sides of the hobby to get into 40k. Which is probably why I will never get into 40k. Okay, so let's just expand this. Like, I have some expensive hobbies already. They don't require other people, which is actually kind of important for me. Like, I like hobbies that I can enjoy with other people if that option presents itself, but primarily can be completed solo. And I know that, like, you can paint minis, but I don't know. It's like kind of defeats the point. For 40k for me. If I were to get into a game like that, it would be more likely to be BattleTech because I like the world more. But same problem. I just kind of don't. Don't care. Not my stuff. Not my shtick. Not my thing. Yo, man, you got any bolters? I think like my favorite 40k thing aesthetically though, since Sparse mentioned 40k's aesthetic, it's probably Battlefleet Gothic. But thankfully, I have Battlefleet Gothic Armada, the video game, and can just play that. And that more or less fully clears that desire and need. And I think that that's pretty satisfactory, at least for me. That'll satisfy that. And then I need an engineer's hall. just do shale. Da 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 dun 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 dun. Shale. It's a really ugly looking building. And then I'm going to go back into here. I'm going to dig out a little bit more. So I can wall the edges in. Like that. I'll swap out with a wall piece. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, that like I've played the 40K game, although at tabletop game, although admittedly a much older version of it. And yeah, I mean, if I ever did get into tabletop games, like I said, I don't think it would be 40K. Am I dumb for never thinking of just hollowing everything out and building walls? Chat, show of hands. When you build an area underground in Dwarf Fort, do you do it the way I do it? Or do you just hollow shit out? Just hollow shit out, mix of both. Yes and no, bit of both. You prefer the smoothed walls fight, so you just hollow stuff out? I mean, that's fair. You can prefer whichever. I actually really like smooth walls in some cases. I guess what I'm trying to say with that question is I think I'm in the minority. I think I'm the weird one for doing it this way because it is significantly more time consuming. But theoretically, you can have slightly more valuable buildings. And I like the ability to customize the colors of the floors because I like it when my floors look nice. Because I'm weird like that. So. I don't know. I'm just gonna make this into a whatever that guild hall request is. I want to say it's the Engineers Guild. Don't think it's a mechanic. I think it's just an engineer. Engineers. I guess engineers are like, I guess mechanics are engineers then. That's interesting. I never really thought about it that way. Makes me wonder what base engineers actually do skill-wise. No, I mean, like, that's the beauty of any sandbox game, right? Like, there's no wrong way to play, I don't know. There's no wrong way to play Gary's mod. There, however, is wrong ways to play Trouble in Terrorist Town. And also completely legitimate, by the way. Say to potato, that you prefer those sprites. And then amped up your block production since then. Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, I think, like, even if I'm just hollowing stuff out, I'm still probably going to... Okay, now I just need to make sure that there aren't any murder burbs on the map. Oh, there's some sparrow peoples. Hopefully those don't beeline over here and steal all the stuff. And now I can sell clothing. Okay, we've got more clothing coming in. You know what I think there should be in the dyeing system? Respawns. For dyeing clothing. Here's an idea that I think would be really cool that probably won't ever exist in the game. I think that it would be really nice if there was a low barrier to entry option for dyeing, Like if there was a dye that like you harvested it and it was just immediately dye and they just put it in a bag, you know? Or like if you brewed it, the seeds could just be used as dye or something. Or like if there was an animal or a livestock that like, I don't know, those shelled crabs or whatever, that they could just like harvest it directly. That would get people into the habit of making dyed cloth and give you a cheaper dyed cloth. Like papyrus for paper. Sure. Yeah, actually, like papyrus for paper. Because papyrus, like, negates, like, 3 steps, isn't it? I think that would be real cool and, like, a really useful thing. Because actually, that would give you, like, if it was, like, those blue crabs. Do we have a recap command? What would it do? What kind of recap are you looking for, Gigmoth? Of, like, what happened today? No. I don't know how I would do that, even. Afford these? Nope. Of the fort? I mean, no, because I think I've seen streams that have like recap commands, but they really require like hooking up an LLM to your stream, which I'm never going to do personally. At least not unless I could run something locally, and I don't have a big enough computer to do that. I could stream or I could run an LLM, but so yeah, I don't even know how I would do that to begin with. But we do have legends, but that's not up to date, obviously. But like, when did you? Like, as of what has happened today, we've had I set some dwarves on fire, mostly working on this construction. We've traded a few times. We've had some fights, some forgotten beasts, and that's about it, more or less. Trained some animals. I bought some bears, trained them for war. And we should have this outside defense system up and running pretty soon. Lots of dwarves are puking because cave adaptation, which is unfortunate, but, you know. Happens to the best of dwarfs. That's about all I really got, though. Actually, I could just deconstruct that. Brought display cases? Fancy. Why not auto-process dye too? I think the reason you can't auto-process dye right now is there's like 4 or 5 prerequisites, right? You need free bags, which requires player input. Like the reason there's auto-collect and auto-process thread and stuff is because there is no player input required. It's literally just the thing is almost always available when available, make the thing. But like the second you go, oops. I have nowhere close to enough money for all this. But like the second you go and are like, you know, let's just get rid of these. The second you go and like you need 4 extra steps to complete the thing, it gets a little shaky and becomes quite difficult for the game to entirely automate itself, because like a lot of dye requires like it needs to be processed, and then that processed ingredient needs to be taken to a different shop, and it needs to be turned into dye, or it needs to be processed and then it needs to be taken to a different shop and then it needs to be prepared and then it can be turned into dye, or it needs to be processed and then it needs to be taken to a shop and then it needs another thing to be processed to be taken to a shop and then it needs another thing to be made and then taken to a shop, and then they all need to be mixed. Like, it's a very micro-intensive thing that requires a lot of prereqs, and it kind of makes sense why it's not automated, but like, it would be nice if they're, like, currently it makes sense why it's not automated, but it would be neat if there was a thing that was either already dyed or could be counted as dyed from the get-go. Like, as we were saying earlier, like for paper with papyrus, where you can just like make sheet out of papyrus. I don't actually think there's no other steps with papyrus, is there? So now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, I can start putting them down here. That's not what I want. I want chert. Like, up until the most recent update when we got more dyes added to the game, the only dye that you could get when underground was dimple cups, and I think they still are, which require being ground in a mill, and then you need bags available and a mill available, and then you use a dyer's shop to dye the cloth. What I really should do, actually, is I should just get good at doing dimple cups. That's probably what I should do. It's going to be way cooler in about 20 minutes, Lanix. Trust me, it's going to be way cooler in about 20 minutes. Yeah, no, now it's much more straightforward. I guess I keep psyching myself out of it and forgetting that I can just like do it in a way that makes logical sense now. What is wrong with you, Dwarf? Dwarf is moving around very erratically. Okay. So I'm going to go down to here. Plop a lever right there. I don't know what you... Oh. I don't know what you're... I was like, why is it pre-generated tailored? I didn't read the punchline of the joke. Well, I mean... Krug Smash did that fortress Scorch Fountain a number of years ago, right? And Scorch Fountain had that reoccurring joke of the beardless baron, the necromancer who became the baron of that fort, spent like his entire life pondering dye and like teaching dyeing, which is funny because he's a necromancer. Get it? Haha. Anyway, it can be amusing. I don't know why that's not re-blueprinting, but I'll just do this then, if you insist, game. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to cave this in. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be a good time, I think. Let's do this. And then I will have to go down through here and fix that, but yeah, it's fine. Dig through one of these additionally. And then I'm going to go over here. Wall partially across that. Who needs to have a front door on your fort? Am I right, chat? I'm sure you guys get it. Who needs a front door? I certainly don't, I guess. Oh, this will be fine. This is gonna be just fine. How's the tower? Well, it's an inverted tower. An upside-downer tower. But pretty good, I think, to me. All right. Where does the burrow start? Okay, so I'm going to remove this from the burrow and lock all of the dwarves into the burrow. Chat and ad break is about to run. I'm going to do a hard save. And I'm going to go use the washroom and rinse out my coffee mug because I've been drinking phantom coffee for the last 30 minutes. I will be right back. Could I get to round of beers? So chat remains entertained. Beerby? All right, so now the question that I have is, do I wait for the dwarves to leave or do I just drop it? A mega pint of beer. You know, honestly, I hadn't really thought of that. Man, mega glass or like mega pint would be a good name for a fort. Let's dig through this. Put that in the burrow right there. This dwarf is a little bit strange. I'm seeing a problem that I need to fix, which is I need to put this into the burrow and dig through you. All right. I'm going to do a quick save. And now I've got to just state, if you are watching the stream chat, yeah, and you are lurking, you might want to look up right about now. You might want to look directly at your monitor for the moment, because I'm about to pull a lever. And of course, nothing good is going to come of this. But I'm going to pull this. I will do an instant replay, I think, and probably export legends before that. Looking and it started to load. I couldn't stand your gaze. Seems like gutsy. Ink Pearl gets to do the honors and is moving towards the lever to give it a good crunkin'. And there it goes. So now I have this. I will need to fix this, but that's fine. All the way down into here. Cool. So what I'm going to do now is because this is all various aquifer levels, right? I will dig out here, fill up with glass, dig down through 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 here, fill up with glass, and then put glass flooring at the bottom, and then we can fill it. What did the lever do? It dropped the floor from the top lever all the way down to the bottom. And it appears to have stunned all of my traders. But let's go watch that again, shall we? I just did a quick save, so I'm going to go export. Actually, let's just go to Legends. Real quick. And then I'm going to do that. Just export Legends. You can do that? Yeah. I'm kind of amazed, actually, that you've never seen me do that before. I'll show it once we get reloaded. Once we get through this portion, because I'm going to update the Legends site. So you guys can go figure out who stole my artifact if you want. Just making sure that the Legends Plus is done. Looks like it. Let me just load up a thing. So if you are on Legends at the moment, replacing it with a more up-to-date one. And just double check. Should be up to date on public right there. So if you are watching on Twitch, you can type in !legends. If you're watching on YouTube, the link should just be in the description, but it's legends.blindurl.net. You click explore, and you can now get the more up-to-date version. And I'm going to close this, and we're going to get an instant replay of the big old crash. Did DF hack just fail to load? Because it's trying to sync with... No, it didn't. Okay. It looked like it was trying to back up to Steam Cloud, and I thought it was going to fail to load. The Realm of Soul Sunspire. I mean, if you want to go just yell at people and get into fights, go watch it like UFC or something. Conrad, YouTube chat. It's okay to like things, like what you like, but if you're just here to show up in my chat and say insert game name here is better than insert game name there, it's unless it's me doing it, you're not really super welcome here, unfortunately. All right. So essentially the way this works is this is a support. This support is connected to this up here. This support is connected to a lever. This lever is down here. When I pull this lever, it destroys this support, which causes this floor to fall. I'm going to do it now in ASCII. Assuming I can squint and see that lever. There it is. See, it's connected to the support. So this is the exact same thing, but happening in ASCII. Can I get a bunch of dwarfs falling? I feel like there's multiple contradictions in your sentence, Mr. Trouser Banana. My right eye is completely blind. Doesn't see anything but some light and motion. My left eye has severe visual impairments, so I have massive floating blind spots. I essentially see out of a toilet paper tube. And the little sparkle dots that you see when you close your eyes are there all the time, except much bigger and have kind of float around the center of my vision, so I have a hard time looking at a straight line and seeing things. Can I see? Yes. Do I see well? No. I'm legally blind, and yeah, I find your wording a little bit confusing, but that is the case. Let's unpause the game. And that's what happens. So you see all of the dust. In this case, it's sand. It goes multiple levels up. Wow, it went all the way up to what? Layer 50. That's so that we know that he can hit that big-ass ramp. All the way down into here, you can see shale and boulders and chalk and things getting flung into the air. If I turn the graphics back on, you can still see the dust and the sand. And this cage that ended all the way up there, which then falls back down. We did it. Success. I'm just going to do this real quick and pause the middle and the corners, I think. Then I can turn the burrow off. You don't even need to make that big of an explosion to get dust into space. Saphric Megalodon. Hey chat, roll call. If you're listening to the stream, could I get a round of beers? Curious how many people are listening to the stream at the moment. I think the plan for the day, now that I've made you aware of my voice, is we'll do another hour of dwarfs. No, you're later in, not distracted. It's fine. Don't worry about it. This is just kind of the, can I have your attention, please? I would like to see employee number 47 report to the dean's office. Anyway, I don't know where I'm going with this bit. But my plan is to do like maybe another hour of dwarf. And then we're going to go play some Menace. Because I would like to play some Menace. That's all. much more to it than that. Distractoran? Sure. So now I've got this. So I'm going to place 2 of these blocks right there. I think just a bridge across probably. Although first, yeah, we'll do these. Actually, hold up. Want those to get done first, so they don't collapse. Dwarf, you make me nervous. Cavern has collapsed, you don't say. The dwarf Davette meets with the outpost liaison, Reg, and they say, you continue to impress. We come to empower this. We've come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? Just wood, please. 175%, and they want musical instruments. Well, I'll consider that. We'll see ya, Gigma. Thanks for swinging by. I'll be on tomorrow. You know where to find me. I am quite literally the easiest person in the world to get in contact with. I've told many of my friends that over the years, and for some reason, they still don't get it. Just like, how do I get in contact with you? You don't have an Instagram account. I'm like, I don't know. You know where to find me. All right. Now I'm gonna go here. I could just do a drawbridge, which I think is what I'm going to do. Now the question is, what material do I use? I need 11 blocks. I don't really have 11 of a fun color. Let's just use Gabbro because it's lava safe. And it's not the same color that everything else is. Oops. It's like, why is game paused? It's like, well, it's not moving because it's paused. Okay. Excuse me? Am I out of glass? I didn't destroy my stairs, did I? I guess we're just out of... Did we actually make 1,000 glass blocks? Holy shit, we did. Wow, okay. So the god that the dwarves in this world, in my headcanon, worship is the yak god of volcanoes, creation, rebirth, and something. You could go look it up in the legends if you like. But that's the god that we worship. And so my goal for this fort is to properly show our appreciation of that god by throwing the holy cow, who's 6 years old right now, into a volcano to rebirth our civilization. I don't know, it's just a scenario I came up with in my brain because it seemed like fun. So I'm going to be putting lava in this. That is my plan. I might actually, I got some ideas, but we're a little bit of a ways off. Some migrants, that's cute. Well, you're gonna have to hang out up there for a sec, guys. Not high enough value yet, let's fix that. And as Haifeng says, praise the great horns of the yak. Word. When I read roasted, I don't even associate that with food anymore. The internet has ruined my brain in a lot of ways. Okay, so now that I've done that, I need a place for a hospital. It's gonna be back here. That's gonna be my hospital. So we got the Doctors Guild, the Mechanics Guild, and then soon the hospital. That is a lot of random clothing on the floor in there. Let's get this sorted. I think honestly, the fixes made to dwarves getting, not losing their bedrooms when they leave the map, and then the bug that was then fixed from that fix, which stopped dwarves from keeping their bedrooms after they died.
Time for a refill crypt
Might
arrived.
actually be my favorite fixes from last year. Do you have any particular fixes that you like that came to Dwarf Fort, or another game that you liked last year? Canadian Pagan, it's been a minute. How you been? Hope you've been well. Also, let around if anybody has reason to be distracted, I think it's you, so don't worry about it. It is all good. You know, allegedly, I've heard through the grapevine that Sentient Potato used to be rich. It's crazy, right? Just gonna really quick also run a quick one of these over there. Let's let them work on those blocks for a little bit. Also check, can I get a couple beers for both Canadian Pagan and Sentient Potato, who used to be rich? Intend to keep to the shadows. I feel that. This is why I don't know anybody who streams anymore, and I'm always kind of surprised whenever anything changes on Twitch because I don't pay attention to what the fuck's going on anymore. So I feel that. Are you between boats right now, Sniper? Or are you still sailing? Let's go all the way down to there, and then you down to there. Let's go up to here. Stairs. Then as soon as those are built, I can then get rid of this and that. Now setting up computer? Wait, when did you move in December? I guess you'd have to repurchase everything. You still living in the same country, or have you moved? Any favorite places you saw in your travels? January 26th? Oh, yeah, damn. Yeah, that's pretty recent. Makes sense why you're only just setting up a computer now then. I was gonna say, like, December's kind of been a bit ago. It's like a month to get a computer. But computer's expensive now, so I get it. I'm thinking... Wait, broke old home? Like with a hammer? What do you mean by you broke your old home? China, South Africa, and Denmark? Hot damn. Till like mid-2027? I won't be moving again until at least 2030. So I'm thinking, because the dwarves worship the yak god, we have to put the temple up at the top. Like up here somewhere. But also, we are now extremely vulnerable to sieges. Like, exceptionally. Like, we are now in an extremely dangerous, precarious place. Due to, you know, where I'm setting up shop here. So I'm gonna go... start placing these walls. Like, if baddies decide to siege us right now, we are not fucked, but... Like, demolished it? Oh, damn. Okay. It's a bit extreme. But, I guess, like, that's why you left to go work, right? When was the last time you had a computer that you had access to? You made your own dwarf fortress. Well, if you dug your well, then I would agree. Wiser? Tisk. No such thing. I'm really starting to get attached to this fort, chat. It's going to be a shame when it falls to pieces. Like, truly, it's going to be a shame when it falls to pieces. Meet with the other dwarves. Speak with the other dwarves. All right, let's go around the edges of this. Okay, so down at the bottom, let's go back down to that tavern. I'm just going to deconstruct that lever because I don't need it there. I do, however, need like an in and out front door lever. So I'm going to grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you. I'm also going to set these squads back on duty. And check their ammo stores. Also check bars, 162. I'm gonna go iron bolts a hundo. We'll see you later, sniper. Thanks for swinging by. So 100 times 25 for bolts. Because we are big and we are at war with goblins, and I'm kind of planning to go fight them soon. And by go fight them soon, I mean go fight them kind of like now. Goblins is south. Dune monster. It's a pretty cool sounding place. It's a goblin fortress with 2,000 population. I think I'm good on that one. It's a bit on the big side. How about this goblin hamlet? Hamlet? This goblin omelet is what we're gonna go grab. They're just gonna go raid it. Grab whatever. Good luck, dwarves. Good luck, snail. Please don't go die. That would be very unfortunate. Thanks for the pennies, sniper. Actually, I haven't checked. I just kind of presumed that we hit the daily minimum. Maybe I should go check. Yep. Yeah, no, we've cleared the daily minimum. Appreciate you, chat. Yeah, I'm like, I think the review embargo for Menace is up now, but I can say that I was really enjoying the little bit that I played of Menace. It seems like a really interesting, kind of unique even, survival, mercenary, you know, strategy game. And so that's got me like actually kind of really excited to play more of that. So if anybody's wondering why I'm like kind of jonesing for some more Menace, it's because I think that game might be pretty cool. Although, you know, Overhype has a bit of a pedigree. So, I mean, that's the plan today, Radiator. Is I'm going to stream like an hour, finish out the hour. And then we're gonna go play Menace. And I'm saying this out loud so that hopefully people gain some curiosity and stick around. My biggest hope for 2025 is that we get like, or not 2025, 2026. Is that by, even if it doesn't happen right away, by like midpoint through the year, I just want some good news. That's all I really want. The Eton Nithros Indulgicast Rockest has come. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. Not 1, 2. It's crazy. It's a 2-headed son of a... He's the greatest led the Carillion. And I'm in an ad break. And I'm going to tell all those squads to just go up to the top of these stairs. Hey, chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? We've got Netton. Two heads for style? For styling? Actually, also, do you have any items? And are you related to anybody? The greatest style to the Carillion. You could go, excuse me, look them up if you want. Coalition of women. The responsible empires, huh? I don't know if I would trust the responsible empires. I don't know if I would trust the responsible empires to be as happy as the cheerful society. I wonder how they get a name like the Scalded Band. Do you think that, like, one of them burned their hand on water once and went, ah, got it. Nailed it, guys. 12 notable kills. Appreciate it. Enemy's cliche. And thanks for tuning in and hanging out, even if briefly. I actually kind of, I don't like this flavor very much, chat. I don't quite want to make a bubbly water tier list, but Western Family Pineapple Splash, naturally flavored pineapple sparkling water, with 0 calories, sodium, or sugar, or carbohydrates. Dante's great. Not very good. I was kind of hoping it would be a bit more like summery tasting, but oh well, I've only got 11 more cans of it. Partner was at a gig once where the band members were playing got slightly cooked by fire shooting on the stage. Rammstein? Rammstein? Because I think that happened to Rammstein, didn't it? 5 seconds of summer? Oh, okay, never mind. That was not something I would have guessed, but I guess. So here comes one Mark's Dwarf, who's supposed to be leaving the map to go fight. And immediately starts shooting bolts. And then the rest are all up here. Okay. Great. Somebody fell off the edge. Wasn't even one of my Mark's Dwarves, literally just somebody fell. And just went splat. What does that combat log look like, actually? For Lycott? Oh, I don't even get one? Oh, no, I do. Pump operator. Yep, nope, they just fell. I mean, I like that they fall, land, and once they've hit the ground, and all of their limbs have exploded on impact, they fall over. The game, like, it registers them falling over after their limbs are exploding. Being in proximity to where the undead exist, or being on a haunted map would cause the undead to wander in. So the creature is now bleeding. I don't think that Nithros can reason with himself. Well, actually, him. Herself. Ma'am. She can also no longer stand, nor can she grasp. She keeps getting hit in the left head, which is fracturing the skull in her left head. In fact, that's happened a bunch of times. Somebody's just like targeting the left head. He's like, I got this one. It's bigger. It's an easier target. But let's just move slowly. Got dwarves a little bit closer, firing bolts. More bolts. Okay, let's just send all these dwarves down there. Let's let them all out, and then they start firing. And pretty quickly, the beast dies. Well dwarfed. And Katin is off to go pick up equipment because he ran out of bolts, which is just kind of funny. And the soldiers can head back inside. I want to say that this thing was being used as a weapon because they picked it up and then dropped it. And one dwarf died who had bad balance, I guess, and fell. I think that could have gone significantly better, and we could have lost nobody. But I think that could have also gone significantly worse. So I'm going to call that a win. You can agree if you like. You can disagree if you like. I'm also actually going to... I've kind of got a vision for this, what it's going to look like. I think I will build this outer wall last, because it makes more sense to not do it that way right now. That they explode and then collapse. I've seen it happen to babies. And I'm going to go to these opposite ends over here. Dig ramps down so we can go get these bolts out of here. Duh! Well, chat, how's your vile darkness doing? A vile force of darkness has a goblin. The army is commanded by the goblin Roll to Death. Smeared Bent. competent, Commander. Well, shit. Okay, so that was smeared bent, eh? How historical are you? Is that how you spell it? Smeared bent? They may have done nothing of note. S-M-E-A-R-D? Yeah, smeared bent did nothing of note before this. Must have just been a trainee. Spearmen are notable. Yeah, they're skilled. They're not that good. I mean, they're mostly, like, not armored either. This is a very... hopefully a very small siege. Alright, chat. I need a Vile Force of Darkness. Megalodon, I don't care what your concerns are about your Vile Force versus my Vile Force. All I have to say is, I need you to post some emotes. Please, thanks. That's all. Thanks for coming to my Dwarf talk. And, hopefully before shit goes fucking hog goddamn wild, we can get all this mostly dug out. This ain't connected, which I need to connect. I did. I think up to here, done. But I don't think I'm gonna get that done in time. Where are they? Okay, so they are all the way the hell over here. Yeah, no, there's fucking zero way in hell we're gonna get that done. Everybody get underground. And I'm gonna tell all of these squaddies, who hopefully have bolts, to go stand right there. And I'm going to erase that. Just run inside, dwarfs. Like, now. And what are you digging? Oh, I see the channel you're digging. It's up there. Thankfully, we had that cage trap right there. Goblins aren't a fan of me blocking the doors, but we can start firing bolts once the other dwarves get here. And then they start climbing. Are you gonna be able to get up here? You are, aren't you? Okay, here's something I'm going to do. I'm terrified, chat. I'm terrified. Well, ain't this great? What do you think, chat? Is he gonna survive the fall? I'm gonna send 2 squads down to the bottom, actually. Yeah, and they were kind enough to not even bring armor. The top 2 squads have had decent training. The bottom ones, not so much. Then there's another goes splat right behind him. That's kind of funny. Not gonna lie. That's pretty fucking funny. Okay, so they are climbing, trying to get up here. Man, I wish I didn't build this bridge here. Or wish I got that thingy connected, the lever. Or that they had trolls or something so that they could break it. So it seems that they're just kind of climbing up to here and then getting stuck, which is kind of funny. They seem to be backing off at least a little bit. Thankfully, I have a lot of bolts. They were able to kill that one. And the issue is I can't hit these. Okay, so... hear me out. What if I put fortifications here? What if? What if I keep it? How do you think that'll do for them right there? I really hope they'll all just go, wee, and then it's just a bunch of them go splat down at the bottom. So we got this guy down here who's still unconscious. I've got a squad that's rerouting to down here. I've got a bunch of unarmed newbies. Well, that's not great, actually. I need to make some quivers. But we'll see if we actually get those made. I've got another one who's jumping down. Oh shit, they're breaking the doors. Oh, that's fun. They're trying. I haven't seen them do this. And then this dwarf. Where are... oh. Okay, I'm gonna put Katen into this squad. That's what I'm gonna do. That's why the frame rate's gotten bad. It's because that dwarf's still trying to leave the map. Huh? Apparently not just that. When they hide under the floor, you can't shoot them. It's kind of annoying. That's just called using smart tactics, man. I don't know. I can't blame them for it. I would do the exact same thing. Move these dwarves right down to here. And then when this becomes a fortification, forgotten beast named Lithimi Necatiel. A huge blob composed of mud has come and has 2 long, straight tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison gas. Also, another goblin's going, wee! Where's this beast? When it rains at Dwarf Fortress, I think is what you mean to say. Okay, thankfully, this one can't immediately get into my fort, but I had another creature come from that level and end up in my fort, so I'm actually just going to go over to this and just lock this sucker for the moment. Once again, do we feel that this goblin will make it? Where's the beast? Looks in the mirror. Oh god! Something awful has to be happening. Whee! Splat. Not as terrified as that goblin. Okay? Like, maybe I'm terrified, but not as terrified as that goblin. Well, not anymore, obviously. He's not scared at all anymore, in fact. So what's happening? I'm getting sieged, and I'm in the middle. It's a very rude siege, because I am in the middle of building a giant pit for important reasons that I don't need to elaborate on at this moment precisely. However, because I'm in the middle of building this big pit, I'm very vulnerable to sieges. So there's goblins walking towards me, very slowly, and some goblins walking towards me very quickly. This is the first siege that they've sent. And my best squad is currently not on the map. So I've got one pretty good squad and then one pretty terrible squad. And they've now broken down my door. All right. Here we go, sirs. It begins. Let's see. Mark's dwarves versus goblins. And that's what I was scared of. An ambush! Curse them. Where's the ambush? Oh. It's Whippy McLasher. How's the ammo doing? Terrible. Oh, that's great. I'm actually just going to get rid of this. Dwarves are just firing bolts, and I saw a thing go wee. I didn't even see where they ended up. I'm guessing they went splat. I think so, yes. In fact, I think they did go splat. Looks like my dwarves seem to be coming out on top. And when I say that, I mean, like, there haven't been a ton of notifications of dwarves, you know, dying. I'm just going to claim ammo in these areas so dwarves can go pick up more if they need it. But I kind of have a feeling things are about to get worse. Rest in peace, Tekid. Maybe I should just be leaving them up here, but have any of them made it into the fort? I think. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to station them down here. And I'm going to make a new burrow. And that new burrow is going to be right here. And I'm going to assign everybody to that. And I'm going to unassign everybody from this. And I'm going to say, wish me luck, chat. Tekid went splat. The very brave Uda is firing bolts straight up and screaming. Which I'm sure is fine. We've got injured goblins and no dwarves above them. But they are entering the fort pretty quick. It's going to be hard as fucking hell to actually sort this out once shit starts to go bad, which we are getting there. Got some dwarves down below who are firing bolts up. The squad to come back. That squad left at the worst possible time. It's real hard to follow sieges in stairs, so I'll just follow a goblin. Pick one. Follow it. They are now entering the middle section. This might actually be it, chat. This might actually be it. This could go very wrong for us. We've got Maffol, who's in a martial trance. The final showdown down at the bottom here. And the bears run in. Speaking of bears, you right here. Work animals. Send the war grizzlies in. Never mind. Because the person I assigned the war grizzlies to immediately died. Let's unforbid all these bolts. There is a bear being hacked to pieces and another bear being hacked apart. Main squad hasn't returned just yet. Other squads are all falling apart. I'm believing less by the minute, Captain Radiator, but if you believe, you're not beering hard enough, so the dwarves won't believe unless you beer harder. The grizzlies, on the other hand, have killed many a goblin so far. Fights are continuing to accelerate. Moreb 2 is dead. Like, I want to say they're definitely down in the lower levels. Most of the dwarves are just locking themselves in the tavern. If that goes haywire, oh boy. The holy cow hasn't been touched just yet. We must defend the holy cow. We wait. Like, we can still win this. But it depends on what happens in the next few minutes. And if they are in fact retreating or not. If they're retreating, nope, they are not. Doesn't look like anyway. Green tea's still up and moving. I have literally 2 soldiers left. 2. It looks like the siege may be over. I mean, I knew it was a distinct possibility as far as turn of events goes. Okay, so there's those 4. There's this one. This one. Gelder's been taken by a Fey mood. Oop. Final few dwarves with bolts firing at the siege weapon. And I think we've survived, chat. And it seems like Prime Witch is here. Amazon Prime Witches, the 28-year-old goblin, is gonna go tell them of our strength. Because we've survived. Against many an odd. I don't know about all odds, but we've survived. It's time to clean up some bodies, chat. I mean, only if you wanna, as far as Twitch Prime goes. As far as the dead, Frisco-born, Nomald, Moreb II, all passed away. And now we wait for the main squad to come back, hopefully. Because they haven't been gone all that long. And there's no goblins left. A tough one. But the dwarves have prevailed. Can I put the ram on display somewhere? Unfortunately, no. This really bothers me about it, actually, is when the goblins drop them, they just fall apart. They just turn into bars, or whatever material they're made out of. I will say, that is the first time I've seen a single goblin just go break a door. Because that's how they got in. Like, one goblin just walked up and broke my door down. I've never seen them do that. That's a new one for me. That's cool. All right, well, I think the plan... Rock coffin. Let's just make some chalk rock coffins. And turn off the burrows. That was tough. And it seems that the main squad has come back. They did get some loot. They got an anvil and an iron pick. Oh no. Oh no, trust me. Goblins can dig now too, if they have pickaxes. That one didn't, though. The mahogany mine slipped into bodice, splayed undetected. The last deceiver of the persuasive sin, the seed of creation, stole treasure. Well, time to build out my last Marksdwarf squad again. Get them geared up. Get them training. In fact, I think I'm going to get them training up here. And I'm going to go down here. And I'm going to go to... Wherever I put that trainee, there it is. Bottom squads will train down there. I'm going to put a chest up here. And I'm going to let them store their stuff in there. We're gonna grab everything and go all the way down. Claim it all. So much for bears, hey? And I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to unpause that. I'm also going to go over to this, and I'm going to automate this. So no dwarf corpses. But sure, I can just use one of the iron mine carts, that's fine. It's going to take from that stockpile number 5. It's going to load all corpses but dwarf. It's going to load all refuse but dwarf bits. And there we go. They did something. I mean, one of those bears killed like 3-4 goblins, right? Like, that's not nothing. But I'm not surprised by that in regards to bears. War animals, especially war animals on your map, unless they're like a giant variant, are genuinely, on a good day, whelming. Which is why I generally don't focus on them. I know like kind of a lot of people do, or like to focus on them because they're fun. But I just think they're so fucking terrible that I just don't bother even worrying about it most of the time. And you are sleeping. Okay, that makes sense why you haven't claimed gear yet. All right. And the dwarves all run out here and gather crap up. That was a pretty fun siege, though. What'd you think, chat? I like that the sieges are just a lot more kind of engaging in general at this point. It's like such a nice little change. No, I don't actually want to do that. That's gonna kill some dwarves if I do that. Don't do that. It does, but it's kind of my own fault, really. I mean, I could have built a perimeter defense. I could have been focusing more on defending the fort. I just kind of assumed that because I hadn't been sieged yet, I wasn't going to get sieged. So I figured I could just kind of go ahead and finish the project as I had been, but I was wrong. So, you give it a 12 Forces of Darkness out of 10? It's very vile and forcibly dark of you. Do you think we'll see the Amazon again, chat? I really hope so. I personally really hope so. I'm also going to deconstruct that and move it, I think. I'm going to put her underground again. I think I'm going to go down to here and just put some weapon traps down here. It's a way to get rid of these spears. Let's also make some rock mechanisms. Let's make 40 actually, so I can make them lava safe. Unless they tunnel? Oh, there's no such thing as siege-proof, dude. There is no such thing as siege-proof. No, I mean, my actual plan is to kind of probably... There's Frisco. Probably on one of these lower layers, like around here. Basically just make, like, a room with a bunch of, like, bolt throwers. Like, maybe even around here. Well, not there. Maybe around here. Just make a room full of bolt throwers that they have to get through. Basically just make, like, a meat grinder. But I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to go down. I'm going to go workshops, and I'm going to go siege equipment. Because my actual kind of idea is maybe... Because this is going to be full of lava, right? Like, that's my actual plan. Maybe around, like, here or something, I could just try and keep the lava layer lower than the bottom layer. I could do it that way. Or I could go up top here and then just make, like, platforms for siege equipment, which is probably what I'm going to do. Same with, like, one layer below. Platforms. Maybe platforms down here. If you do that, don't do it on an Untamed Wilds map. That's my advice. Like, go nuts. Like, that stuff's a blast to do. But don't do it on an Untamed Wilds map, because if you do it on an Untamed Wilds map, you'll get attacked by wildlife, and it'll be a pain to actually build anything and get anything actually rolling. But there's lots of designs that I'm seeing pop up. A lot of people like replicating like real life star-shaped forts and stuff. Elfie Bean, we just got hit by a siege. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. How are users on this fine day? Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders, please? And thanks. Please don't drown them unless you want to. Elfie, you can shut yourself out. It's fine. We break all the rules. Apparently it's a word for beer. Actually, I think it's literally just the old sprite for mugs, basically. It's like an ASCII mug. Is it Swedish for beer? Oh, I thought it was just literally an ASCII mug. I tend to like a more bitter beer personally, so please tell me that's an instrument. The Gelder Kosoth has created Nentu Kumud, a tower cap dubman. That sounds like something you make lo-fi hip hop? What? Lo-fi hip hop with. A dubman. Yep. The dubman. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with sheep's wool and encircled with bands of table-cut blue jades. This object, of course, menaces with spikes of tower cap, villain, and green glass, and blue jade. On the item is an image of the Sunny Time, a yak leather buckler, in tower cap, of course. On the item is an image of the giant Cody in fungi wood. On the item is an image of the Sunny Time, probably. Yep, the yak leather buckler in mudstone. On the item is an image of a circle in cave spider silk. The dubman is a large handheld glass musical instrument, which uses a leather bellows to pressurize air, ultimately blowing it through any of the 204 ceramic pipes. The musician directs air through the chosen pipes by playing a stone keyboard. Sounds heavy. All 6 of the pipes are, yeah, it's like 2 Dwarf units. Anyway, all 6 of the pipes are free reed. The instrument has a 6-octave range going from a low to an extremely high pitch. At all pitches, the instrument has a full, focused, even timbre. It has 2 registers. The low register has a strong, pure piercing timbre. timbre? Timbre? I think it's timbre. And the high register begins at a medium-high pitch and has a strained, crisp timbre. So I want to say something because I see this a lot. I see this slander, association, maybe, suggestion, perhaps. Humor me here. That the band that dresses up as dwarves and sings somewhat-ish fantasy-themed music, Windrose, is the dwarfiest band. Like, everybody's like, I see that kind of a lot in, like, conversations around Deep Rock Galactic and conversations around Dwarf Fortress. Dwarfy music, you know? Mostly because they covered Diggy Diggy Hole. To which I would rebuttal. They are not the dwarfiest band. You know who's the dwarfiest band, chat? Sounds fun, Elfie. Igor. Igor is the dwarfiest band. Because you see, dwarves don't play normal instruments. That would be silly. Dwarves make their instruments. And I think Igor is the dwarfiest band because they make their instruments. That's the entirety of my thought process. And I just wanted to say that out loud for some reason. Are you saying that the Black Sabbath is dwarfy because Ozzy Osbourne is short? Rip, I guess. You gotta listen to Blast Beat Falafel now? You're damn right you do. You should also listen to Piano, where they play a piano with a excavator. If you don't know Igor, they like always either like find really weird, obscure instruments to use in their albums, or alternatively, they build instruments for their albums. And they're in a new album cycle right now, and I was watching a video the other day of them taking a jade saw, so a saw for sawing boulders in half to get jade out of them, and building a gong out of it. They also have a song called Anvil. And I don't need to explain what instrument they used as part of their percussion for Anvil. I don't even know what label they're on these days. I just subscribe to their YouTube channel. Shinobi. I'm going to use some df hack commands. Make a tomb back here. You know, I'm kind of amazed how happy the moods still are. Considering how many dwarves just keeled over and died. Let's make leather armor again. Let's just do a little bit of surplus of that. Is there a human body down there? It's entirely possible that there's a human body down there. There you are. That's kind of terrifying. I'm gonna let the dwarves real quick. Bury the human. Because she was very helpful. Cheerful Marksdwarf. That's like almost an oxymoron, but I'll do my best. Just let me get this buried first. There you go. Okay. Right, I see the problem here. Just got too many unrelated tasks happening. And then down here, I'm just going to lock that. And now we just gotta keep burying bodies. Cheerful Marksdwarf. Okay, I'm kind of lying. There's some not super pissy ones. I can't promise they will be any good. Would you like a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? Yeah, it's still up to date. I think ignore everything I say about frame rate and the caverns, because the game's been optimized a lot since then. And you can ignore any comments about seeds in bags, because that stuff has been optimized quite a bit. Beard? Okay. This means you're not actually going to get a particularly happy one, but I'll do what I can. Captain Radiator, the rad one, as they call him, has no kills. But is pretty talented in the world of the combat. He finds humor in most situations. He's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He is sometimes cruel after experiencing trauma in 2-8-3. Yet he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He's quite ambitious. He has a sense of duty and is pleased by his appearance and talents. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he doesn't seek out exciting or adventurous situations. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally values sacrifice, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and does not care about friendship one way, and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes native copper, bismuth bronze, wood opal, the color brown, bucklers, and hatch covers and large gems, menacing spikes, gray parrots for their social nature, of course, and the sound of the silver of control. And when possible, he prefers to consume peregrine falcon and cherry wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. That I'd say to avoid, I unlist them if they're out of date. Like if they're like factually incorrect at that point, I unlist them. So if you end up watching one that's unlisted, just skip it. Although I've only ever unlisted one, and there is another one instead. Like it's just quantum stockpiles. All right. Oh, also there's a very recent video I made on siege equipment, which came out like, I don't know, not very long ago. That one is relevant. There's another one about siege equipment that is not relevant. But that one, again, is unlisted. Those are the only two I can think of. But generally, the best way to learn this game is to just hang out in a Twitch chat and just ask people for help whenever you run into something. Like, truly, that's the best way to learn this game. I've also told people that another really good way to learn this game is to stream it. Because then you'll just get a couple, like it'll take a little bit, but you'll get some people tuning in that just want to help. The biggest piece of advice, though, I have if you're just starting Dwarf Fortress and are learning it, just settle places that are calm that don't have aggressive neighbors. So if there's red text that says nearby, maybe don't settle there. And don't, like, be afraid to just go into the difficulty options and, like, turn off enemies. Like, just set the game up to be as approachable as possible, and you will have the best experience. Because all you gotta do is, like, learn the mechanics. Yeah, and also, like, heed the little warnings when you embark. The game will give you a little warning if there's something fucked on the map that you're about to embark on. And read them. Need to get more of those bodies dealt with. Hiccups, apparently. It's an animal training zone, not a tomb. From settling in a haunted location? Here, difficulties in a nutshell for Dwarf Fort. So, the aggressiveness and meanness of the map is entirely based on the surroundings. So, for neutral aligned biomes, there's good, evil, there's calm, wilderness, and untamed wilds. A calm map will be calm. The things on the map with you will be pretty chill. They generally won't just try to murder you for no reason. And everything will be relatively approachable. Wilderness, the creatures will be bigger, but they won't necessarily be aggressive. Untamed wilds, they will just attack you unprompted if you decide to just, like, exist and build things. Which, you know, in a game about existing and building things, that happens. Then there's good aligned biomes, which have the same difficulty curve. Good aligned biomes are like where the magical creatures are. So there's Serene, there's Mirthful, which is like the wilderness equivalent, and then there's Joyous Wilds, which is the Untamed Wilds equivalent. And then for evil biomes, there are Sinister, which are more or less calm. Like, you could probably just settle in a Sinister biome and be okay, assuming it's not like super close to a scary tower or something. Because that's where the zombies come from a lot of the time. Haunted are kind of like the wilderness biomes, as in the animals are bigger. However, haunted maps have a chance to have special effects on them, which can be things like anything that dies comes back to life, or weird clouds fly across the map occasionally that turn your dwarves into rotten murder husks. So maybe avoid those. Just my 2 cents. And then lastly, terrifying maps are the Untamed Wilds equivalent, where things will just attack you unprompted. The maps are the meanest, they are the least predictable, and they are the most likely to just murder you. It kind of sounds like the old age of going on Reddit and making an incorrect explanation of something you want to learn so that people would come and tell you right away. Yeah, I mean, that used to work in some subreddits. My favorite, like, way to learn things about on Reddit was actually just to hang out on the /r trees subreddit, the weed subreddit. because pretty consistently, people would tune in and just be like, hey, I've got this tree, like actual tree, and it looks like it's got some pests or something. Any ideas on what I can do? And then all of these very friendly stoners like suddenly put on their tree expert hats and then like teach people how to trees, which I really like. And then usually after like 90 minutes, somebody will pop up and be like, sir, this is the weed subreddit. Which is like, you know, fair, but also kind of ruins it. What the hell is my manager up to? That makes a lot of sense, actually. So, I'm not actually brewing enough alcohol. But, come on. It's less than 150. Except I'm gonna go down here real quick. Clear out you. And clear out you. Hey chat, quick. What's a tip for a newbie Dwarf Fortress player that I'm forgetting? I'm sure you got at least 2. Yeah, I think that's also pretty funny. Is the Superb Owl subreddit still funny, or has that gotten dumb? I mean, it was always dumb, but, like, is it still funny? I really liked the Superb Owl. I live in Canada, and I am, so this is in YouTube chat. Do you partake on the weed, my good fella? I live within a 6-block radius. There are 3 dispensaries from my house. Only when I need to, is what I would say. But yes. They make lots of bins, barrels, buckets, and bags. Yeah, sure. Actually, if you can't make food, you probably just need barrels or pots. Don't actually care. We're just gonna do that, that, and that. You. Get rid of you. Actually, no, screw it. Let's get rid of the ends of these. Yeah, and I'll just fill it in. We'll just do it that way. And then you. Up here. Shale, and then I will put glass. Walls and roof. This upper side's good. And you go shale. Oh, and I guess another thing is, like, if a fortress falls, you can keep playing in the same world, and you should. This is actually maybe another thing. And expect fortresses to fall. And if you start getting bored, make the fortress fall. It's kind of like when you play SimCity, and you're like, the city is looking nice at all, but, like, everything's kind of working too well, so get fucked. Here, have 5 Godzillas. It's like that kind of thing. You know, Bone Doll, you're right as well, because death is inevitable and you should humor it. The fun thing about death in Dwarf Fortress is before I played this game a ton, and even now, I see so many people talking about how violent this game is. When you actually like look at the combat, in my opinion, however, this game is so fucking slapstick. Like it is goddamn Looney Tunes to like the max. Like it is so funny to me how goofy this game's combat and violence actually is. Considering like, I do kind of see quite a few people being like, oh, Dwarf Fortress, that game's really violent when it wants to be. It's like, well, yeah, but like, is it really? I don't know. I don't know about that. Has that person ever existed? Person who's ashamed to use a wiki? I did once have somebody in my chat who said it felt like cheating to use the wiki, which I think is crazy. That's grim. Kerbal King. I read a very detailed description of a baby exploding once. Because it got thrown off the top of a wall. But I don't know, like, Batman comics are more violent. Like, hot take, I guess. It's always seemed goofy to me. That might be a little bit of like the player's headcanon versus the developer's intent. I've always imagined this game as like grimly hilarious or like darkly comedic, if that makes any sense. I never really imagined it as like dark or serious. But like, if you only ever played the game in ASCII, and the majority of like what you had to go on for stories about this game were like boat murdered or arch crystal, I could see why you would get that impression, even if it's not the impression I've had. But I could see how people could come to that conclusion. I think it's a silly conclusion, but still conclusion. Oh shit, we are in ads. You know what's funny? I barely ever do that anymore, Haifeng. But yeah. I usually disable brewing or cooking of alcohol instead these days. It's not violent, it's grimdark? I don't think it's grimdark. So hold on. I thought that grimdark is like a term for like a level of fantasy, like high fantasy, low fantasy, and grimdark fantasy. Cause like, isn't Warhammer grimdark? Like that's the like aesthetic and theming of it? I don't know. This game doesn't strike me as grimdark. Like to me, Dwarf Fortress is like closer to Adventure Time, which is also pretty dark, admittedly, and I kind of can't stand that show, but. You've taken it as sardonic, irrevertibly dry. Yeah, sure. Yeah. What, just like the comedy? Montecore? Yeah, but I don't see it as grimdark at all. Like to me, it's just kind of like, Yeah, I don't know. I pretty fundamentally disagree with the Grimdark take. Like at all. Grimdark is your next Dwarf's PC's name? I'm imagining that you're naming your computer Grimdark now. Actually, let's do... I like doing these unnecessary points at the tops of things. For no reason other than I think they look nice. So chat, does anybody want to see this in Stone Sense? I kind of want to see this in Stone Sense. I guess I don't see and don't think of Dwarf Fortress as grim in kind of any way. Like, it can be at times, but it's just not a super grim universe as far as I'm concerned. Those are going to fall if I do this. No, they're not. They have support. But maybe it'd be easier to do it this way. Yeah, let's do it this way. Sure. In regards to the personal playstyle comment, I do agree with that. Right now would be an awful time for the baddies to show up. Maybe the worst, actually. Let's just go to here, do that. Let's let you run over. Oh shit. I screwed it up. Especially because you're on chalk now. Michelle. Damn it. So this area up here is now done. We need to get back underground the green tea. And then probably lay back down. Best of luck. Hopefully, things turn up soon. And not as in, like, the volume, because that would be annoying. There we go. Got a bunch of dwarves going off and getting new armor. All right. You're clear. This is all just getting built up. Which is all happening pretty quick. Just get a piece put there, and then do this, and then I'll just turn those two into walls. I can fill this back in. Everything should be good for this chunk. actually, what I could do as well is I could do this. Yeah, that'll help, actually. I'm also going to go over to here. Do that. Oh, that's open space. Oh, I see the issue here. That isn't considered a standable space yet. It'll get there, but it's not there yet. You right here, you can get deconstruct. Which one? That is actually something I need to ask, because there was one that like exported stuff to Magic of Voxel. There's Armok Vision, which is kind of its own thing. There's another one now that I'm blanking on the name of. Yeah, I don't know. There's kind of a lot of those. So, but that's cool. If that's a new one, then that's interesting. Especially. Yeah, we'll just let them finish this up this way. It's gonna take a wee bit. Okay, let's just do a quick save. And let's take a look at this in Stone Sense. Let's take a look at this in Stone Sense. Assuming it loads. Hopefully it loads. Be a bummer if it didn't. Ha! It's loading. Oh, hey, it looks slightly different. What the heck? It's always weird when free software gets an update. All right. Das the fort. That is Sunspire. What do you think of that? I mean, obviously, still needs work. It's a bit of a whip. Awaken Poiguis. There's some goblin blood down at the bottom. Kind of what I would like to do is I want to widen this by 1 or 2 and basically like out 4 or 5 tiles around the edge, put flat flooring in, and then maybe have an inner wall. I'm not sure yet. And then essentially just fill. I don't think the whole thing up with lava. What I'm kind of imagining and envisioning would be to have something kind of going up the back of this tower, or maybe like a little further back. I'll figure this out tomorrow. That then dumps lava over the side of this, so I can get like a lava bubble up at the top. Excuse me. And set all that up, because I won't need to go through an aquifer if I do it this way. That, or alternatively put the pump stack like in the center of this in like a constructed area. This is still being built. But the inner fortress itself down through here, because this is going to go through this ground level, through this level, through this level. This will be the final level. The rest of the fortress itself is all in the cavern layers, so it's like this kind of stuff. This is where, you know, the majority of the dwarves live. It's where the holy cow is. In the noble quarters. This is the lower level where most of the dwarves exist. And the densely packed bedrooms. And, you know, lower caverns and all that. And the deeper, lower caverns. And then the magma sea. All right, chat room. How do we feel about some menace? I think I'm feeling like starting a new attempt in menace and seeing if we can get a little further. I might wall this in. I don't know just yet. I may also put some statues on the roof. There's just puke up there right now. All right. Well, I've disabled the naming for the minute. I got a few more blocks to complete here. Let's just get rid of you. Chuck you somewhere. Let's get wall piece right there. Only a few pieces left. I mean, last I checked Captain Radiator, his name was Menace. Or Dennis, rather. Fuck. His name was Menace. No, his name is Dennis. God damn it. Good at current references, aren't I? And that's it. Actually, no, that's not quite it. I gotta put another one right there. Bah! Forgotten beast named Pewire. Pewire! The enormous three-eyed mite. It has a square shell, and it undulates rhythmically. Its dark indigo exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its deadly blood. Ah, that's spooky. Where it? Ah, so it can fight us. I still have a bunch of bodies to put away. And I think we got one more in us for the day, chat. What do you think? Who wants to fight some deadly blood beast? Gotta get a vile force of darkness. We'll consider this as serves it right for all the people who've already tuned out because they're like, he's changing games now. Look at this big cutie. Man, that red spot on the head is pretty intense, actually. Hey, chat, are you paying attention? Gotta get some bolts and a vile force of darkness. Then we will become the menace. Once this creature's dead, anyway. Here comes the beast. Watch my dwarves not be anywhere near. Be like, well, nope, they're ready. They are, in fact, ready. Where did it? Oh. That was quick. Who hit it? Well, please tell me green tea got it again. Tearing the muscle and bruising the brain. How many of you killed green tea? One of the few to survive the last fight, too. Killed an Etten and 2 beasts. They must all be allergic to matcha. Whatever comes across that cavern, you stand your ground, and under no circumstances are you to retreat. It's already, guys, it's gone. It's fine. You can stop freaking out. And the rest of the bodies get moved to the body pile. It's tough, man. It's tough to see that. You never want to have to move your friends and family to the tombs. But thankfully, it's not all of us. Fortress Sunspire will shine brightly for another day. And on another day. That looks really cool. I don't know. It'll look cooler once it's got lava pouring over the top of it, which is the hope. Because right now it kind of looks like a weird lopsided, like, I don't know, penis. Arrow, upvote. But once I build some sort of addition to this so that I can pour lava on the top of it, it'll spill down around the edges. Look pretty dope. Nothing wrong with penis arrows? I mean, sure. There is if it puts a weak spot in your fort where the bad guys can just walk in. I'm going to update Legends real quick, and then we're going to jump over to Menace. Are they not going to build down into the fort and break through the glass? How are they going to build down and through the fort when it's covered in lava? Like, that's going to be full of lava. That's a giant lava chamber. But that's only if the goblins have trolls, and we haven't seen any yet. We did get one siege, and, I mean, they broke down my doors, and a bunch of them fell down the edge of that and just went splat! But, I mean, they might. They might. Okay, so let's... Legends. Open Legends. Alt-L. Export XML. Export Legends. Now we wait. You just pushed an update to the Legends viewer for. I mean, I still have to SSH over to my server to update it, so I will just update it right now, or I will update the XMLs right now, but I'll update it after stream. Okay. I'll futz with it after the stream. What did you add? Delete and replace. Upload. And upload. Load world. And it should be updated. There we go. It's all updated. So now, I wonder. Because that goblin wasn't notable to keep their nickname. But, you can now go look up new things. So like the last dwarf I named. Historical figures. Captain Radiator. 25. Born on the 7th of Galena. You did settle here. pretty recently. I mean, 285, a few years ago. Before that, you were a member of the Hall of... but before settling in Sunspire, what else have you done? I mean, you originally got here in 282. Oh, I see. You got taken by a Fey Mooj. Became a leather worker. You left probably to go exploring and then came back. Proficient dodger. Good stuff. Pretty boring life so far, but we'll get there. Meanwhile, for historical figures, green tea. This dwarf. Oh, this dwarf. So many beasts. Forgotten Beast was shot and killed with an iron bolt. Forgotten Beast was, or the Etten was shot and killed with an iron bolt, and so was Deerlu. Pretty impressive, if you ask me. The ring. I need to remember what it was called. Can you remember what it was called? I mean, that was like, I think up to chat to go check, but, or remember the name of, because I actually kind of don't care all that much. But I don't know. If you go back in the VOD and find out what it was called, then sure. I kind of don't care enough. At least not right now. I'm going to go and update the name of the stream and the game, and we're going to swap games.